guys, Veggie Gamer back and we're back to the Harry Potter Prison of Azkaban book reviews. Very nice. Settle in. It's probably going to be another long one, guys. Good chapters that we're covering today. Pretty much book exclusive, largely as well, which is fascinating. So we'll be getting into that soon. Got a little bit of housekeeping to do, guys. First of all, I want to bring up what we discussed. Well, actually, you know what? First of all, I'm going to do an explanation of what we're doing here. So, I go through a number of chapters in each video for each Harry Potter book, and we're slowly making it through the series. I checked out the movies first and fell in absolute love with them, and then people were saying you should really check out the books. And so this is the system that we do it in. We do like usually 3 chapter chunks, and I give my thoughts on the chapters, on the differences, what I liked about it, what I may prefer from the movie, which does happen sometimes. Although largely the books are better, though, guys. I'm definitely in that camp right now, in a way. And apparently we're getting to the point where that is going to become very obvious. So the big changes are coming in at this point. Particularly with this first chapter we'll be checking out, called The Firebolt. But yes, and then at the end, I go through your opinions in the comments, guys, in the Harry Potter Book Club, which is something which is over on the Patreon. You can back the Patreon for as little as you want and get access to everything on there. There's no tier system, and so if you want to pay as little as you like and get your comments read out in these videos, as well as checking out all this other stuff that's on the Patreon, including Buffy and other series that will be coming soon. I promise. You can do, and so then you can be a part of these videos as well and give your thoughts on these chapters and everything. It's a really awesome process, guys. I thoroughly enjoy reading the book club at the end, and so if you do want to be a part of it, the option is there. But either way, that's that. So one thing that I want to... I don't want to correct myself, because I still think that I still hold my opinion of Lupin's decision to allow Neville to show his Boggart. Now, I admit, guys, I did not word that particularly well. I've got to say, I love the scene. I think the scene is wonderful in the book and in the movie, quite frankly. But last time we were discussing if this was a real teacher in a real situation. Obviously, it's a little bit difficult with Boggart and everything, but let's say, okay, let's say draw a picture of your greatest fear, and then draw a picture of embarrassing that fear, I guess would be the best way of putting it. And if Neville had said to Lupin, which happens in the book and in the movie, Lupin asks Neville what his greatest fear is, and he says Snape. At that point, if we're talking about being professional, and you know how much I love Lupin, guys, a absolute top tier character for me. But if I'm going to judge Snape when it comes to real world teaching, I've got to judge Lupin when it comes to real world teaching as well. What I would have expected a professional to do in that point is to say, okay, let's start off with someone else, and then not get around to Neville by the end of the lesson, and then maybe flag it up with Dumbledore afterwards, but not. I wouldn't have allowed Neville to show the fact that Snape was his Boggart. Now, I think that some people misunderstood what I was saying there. I was not saying that Neville should have to change his Boggart, because he can't change your Boggart, guys. If Snape is his Boggart, Snape is his Boggart. So I wasn't suggesting that Neville should try and change what the Boggart is. I worded what I said very, very badly. What I'm saying is, as soon as Lupin found out that was going to be the case, and Snape was going to be visually there in the room and then getting humiliated, if we're calling him out, if we want him to be complete professional, guys, and I know this is the thing, we know that Lupin and Snape have history as well, so that definitely comes into it as well. That being said, the amount of times I've said Snape should not be bringing his dirty laundry into his class, if something outside the class has made him angry, he shouldn't be taking out on the students as well, So I have to say, in this situation, upon learning what the Boggart was about to be, Lupin should have put the hush on it. For Neville's sake, more than anything, guys, It's not covered in the movie, but in the book, later on, we find out that, you know, tales of the Boggart appearing like Snape and then being dressed like Neville's grandmother is circulating the corridors of Hogwarts, and everyone's laughing about it and probably saying things behind Snape's back and everything, you know? So, and Harry believes, because it's all from Harry's point of view, that Snape was being more vindictive than normal because of it. You cannot blame that completely on Snape, guys. Oh, man. And the thing is, I'm not... I love you guys who are absolute Snape devotees. I'll put it like that. It's probably quite patronising. I apologise. I don't mean it like that. But people who always give him the benefit of the doubt is probably a better way of putting it. I also love the people who absolutely cannot stand what Snape does, you know? Think that some of the things are absolutely horrendous and that he should be fired, and if not... prosecuted for some of the things that he does. I love the discussion, guys. That's what I absolutely appreciate about these book clubs. If I'm to be... And in these book clubs, I give my opinion, and I think that I tend to be against what Snape is doing, right? I do sometimes think, okay, there I can kind of understand what's going on. But largely, I am like, Snape should not be doing that in a classroom, you know? To students. If I'm going to air those sort of opinions about Snape, I've got to air them about Lupin as well. And the fact is, the scene is so whimsical and lovely and hilarious, and it's wonderful, and it's great that it gives all the other students like this empowerment, which we saw when Snape was then a Defense Against Dark Arts teacher for a day. Blue and Dean Thomas and Lavender were like, you know, talking back to Snape. I can't imagine that would ever happen in a potions class. And so that confidence that a Boggart lesson gave to the students then resonated in their future Defense Against Dark Arts class, even with Snape right there. And so I get it. I think it's a wonderful lesson and great for the characters. But this Snape thing does make it a little bit more difficult, guys. And so that's why I do think that if Lupin was to be the height of professionalism, and we'll be talking about McGonagall in these chapters about professionalism, guys, I look forward to reading your comments on that regarding the Christmas meal, I should say, not the Firebolt, which I cannot wait to hear your thoughts on that as well. I've got opinions. If I'm going to judge Snape from the standpoint of if this was a real life situation, it would be horrendous. I gotta do it to the other students, to other teachers as well. And you know how much I love Lupin. It also then brings into account of how smart it is for the Boggart lesson to be a thing anyway. I don't know if you guys have seen Crimes of Grindelwald, but there is a scene with the Boggarts in it, and one of the students lets slip something that pretty sure she would not want everyone else to know is her greatest fear. Not only because, you know, this school has Malfoy in it, guys. If Malfoy finds out that, like, you know, Ron's fear is spiders or something, he's gonna, which he probably did, to be honest, he's gonna act on that. Yeah. The Boggart lesson is, if you look at it from a real life situation, not a very good idea. Anyway, that's my thoughts. We do learn a little bit more about how the Boggart works actually, guys, because in the past, when people have asked me what my Boggart would be, I do say that I have batophobia, which apparently might be the wrong term, guys, but it's certainly the term which I know for it, where I have a huge feeling of dread and fear when I am near a tall building. Like, or inside a very, very, very large room, you know? My parents once took me to it was a power station off day. There's like an open day where the power stations were shut down, and you could go around and look at how it all works and everything. This is in Didcot. If anyone knows the UK, Didcot had a very famous power station with these huge, not pylons, you know The Simpsons with the nuclear buildings like that. The pylon's not the right term, but you know the nuclear buildings that are like that on The Simpsons. They had those, but not nuclear. Cooling towers, I think they're called, in fact. I'm getting so sidetracked already. And they are... You think they're huge when my God, guys, they are ridiculously massive. They really are. If you've never been near or inside one, you have no clue of how big these things actually really are. It's insane. And apparently, this is what my mother says. I'm not sure it's completely true. I don't think I ever spoke to my dad about it. But from what I gathered, they wanted to see if I could overcome my fear from it. Which is not the best way of overcoming your fears, guys. You know, if someone's like scared of spiders, you don't lock them in a cupboard full of spiders, you know. And so I didn't freak out, but I was upset. I was a child. I was going to 28 years old. 28 years old I was. No, I was a child. And I was in absolute fits of tears. And I basically just ran. It's like a process where you're meant to like walk along a bridge. Like right into the middle of this thing. It's fascinating. Quite frankly, it must have been fascinating. Particularly for my dad. I know that he would have absolutely loved that. But for me, it was like so intense. And so I just had to like run past people to get to the exit because it was like a one-way system, you know. And just walking up to it as well, I'm just like staring at the ground, like this, guys. So God bless him for thinking that would cure it. It hasn't. I still have it now. Not as bad. It used to be the fact that if I go into like a shopping centre that had a high roof, that would it wouldn't completely freak me out, but it would freak me out though. Whereas Oxford's a very low city anyway. All the buildings are. There are some buildings in London which freak me out if I had to walk past them though. Yeah, definitely. I was going to say something else there. I'm getting so sidetracked. But either way, I thought I'd bring up the whole Boggart thing. I think I know what it was. So basically, the reason why I bring that up is because in previous videos where people have asked me what my Boggart would be, I would say, well, I do have this phobia, but it wouldn't really make sense for the Boggart to do, because the Boggart's not going to turn to a massive pylon. We do find out that the Boggart can actually affect your vision to the point where you think you're somewhere else today, which is very interesting, guys. That is something which up until now we have not actually experienced, where we actually learn that the Boggart can actually make you think that you're not in the room that you're where you are anymore, and so batophobia absolutely could be manifested in it. We get into that in the Patronus chapter, but we'll get there when we get there. Anyway, thought I'd bring up the whole Lupin thing, guys. That's already over 10 minutes into the video, but I worded what I meant badly last time, and so I hope that just adds to the discussion now, because I love reading your opinions on all this, guys, seriously. And I love the Boggart scenes. I really do. I think they're wonderful. One other thing, guys, and at the end of the last video, I was pretty exhausted, guys, and I got several comments actually suggesting this. And I'm not saying we're going to do this, guys. I got several comments saying that maybe in future we should reduce these reviews down to 2 chapters instead of 3. Now, I'm going to say this straight away. If we do that, that will not mean that that they'll be slower getting out. It won't mean that we'll get to an end of book we won't have to wait longer to get to the end of the book, you know. Because if they are going to be shorter videos, I will be able to get them out faster, is what I'm saying. And so it shouldn't affect that. That being said, I think that a lot of people like the 3 chapter system. You know what it is, guys? Sometimes like we get like 3 chapters like 20 minutes long. I'm like, wow, I'm going to breeze through this. But then we get 3 chapters that are 45 minutes long, you know? Over twice as long. And so those ones really do quite weighing on me when it comes to energy and everything. And also I feel like at some point I try to get through the book club as fast as possible. I'm going to stop doing that now, guys, because I don't want to rush your comments. And I think because I'm rushing it, my brain is just getting frazzled by having to read so fast because I'm dyslexic. I've remembered what it was I was going to say now about the phobia thing. Now, obviously, I mentioned it before, but if you're new here, a couple of years ago, I was actually diagnosed as autistic. And I reckon that batophobia, I haven't spoken to any experts about this, but I reckon that batophobia has got to be, at least in my case, connected to autism. Much like my dyslexia is, you know? You know, being overwhelmed is such a big thing in autism. Again, we talk about that in Crimes of Grindelwald with Queenie. Yeah, it's I reckon it is connected with my autism. But like I said, I haven't spoken to anyone about it. I don't know if other autistic people have bad phobia as well. But anyway, enough waffle about that. Can't get sidetracked before we even start the first chapter. Thank you so much, Jonas, for the wonderful side panels that will be appearing alongside these chapters. Big shout out to Raider Max as well. He will not be doing the summaries for this episode. He's got like a lot on at the moment in RL, but he does usually help me out with these summaries. So I'm covering them today, but that's absolutely fine. You know, real life happens and everything. So I'll be covering the summaries today, and so let's get over to the first one that we will be doing. It is chapter 11, the Firebolt. Okay, settle in, guys, settle in. Harry returns to the castle via Honeyduke's cellar, and after dinner heads to his dorm. Looking through the photo album that Hagrid gave him, he sees a picture of Sirius Black, looking very different from what he knows him to be. This is obviously just after finding out how important Sirius was to his parents. The next day, the castle is largely empty due to the Christmas holidays. Ron and Hermione try to convince Harry to not do anything stupid and go after Sirius Black. The three decide to visit Hagrid, who opens the door to them in floods of tears. He sobbingly tells them that he and Buckbeak are to travel to London for a hearing by the Committee of the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. Harry, Ron and Hermione agree to help Hagrid with his case and start to research famous cases in history where the creatures were let off. Christmas Day, and Ron and Harry start opening their presents. Harry is shocked to discover he has been gifted a brand new Firebolt broomstick without a card saying who it is from. The two mark out like crazy until... Sorry guys, I like the fact I would like that. That's a wrestling term. Marking out is where... Oh god, am I really going to... This is why I've been so long. A mark in wrestling is someone who is completely invested with what's going on. It's actually an old like carnival term where if someone is giving a lot of money and getting tricked out of a lot of money in one stall, then then the store owner will like put his hand in chalk, I think, and like pat him on the back, just like that. And so he has a white mark on his back. And so when he turns up at all the other games and gambling events and everything like that, they know that that is the person that they want to be targeting. And so that's where the term mark comes from. But marking now, when it comes to wrestling, just means like someone who's completely invested with the kayfabe, non-real side of wrestling, you know? And so to mark out is to get really excited about something. And so that's why I word like that. Anyway, get on with it, Veggie! This is why you've been here so long! The two mark out like crazy until Hermione arrives with Crookshanks. She almost immediately is sus and questions the intentions of the phantom present buyer. Crookshanks springs at Ron's pocket, who tries to kick the cat away but accidentally knocks over a case, revealing an active sneakoscope. The three attend the Christmas Day feast. It is a very small affair this year, with only 3 other students attending. McGonagall and Trelawney trade snide comments regarding Trelawney's future seeing abilities, which is amazing. The table discusses Lupin's sickness. There's a very interesting line between Dumbledore and Snape there, guys. We'll discuss it. After the meal, Harry and Ron head back to the common rooms to admire the Firebolt, only to be joined later by Hermione and McGonagall, who confiscates the broom for Flitwick and Hooch to run tests for jinxes on it. So, like I say, guys, this is a book-exclusive scene. My goodness, the Firebolt is like in the last 10 seconds of the movie. I can understand it though, because, you know, you can't keep everything in, and Prince of Azkaban's a complicated story. But I really like this chapter, so let's get on with it. So yes, Ron, Harry and Hermione have headed back to the castle. We don't, it doesn't say it, but obviously Hermione and Ron would have to go back via everyone else. So they would actually have to say goodbye to Harry, you know, for them to go their separate ways, because Harry can't be joining the group. It's way too risky with McGonagall, and Dumbledore shows up as well. And so Ron and Hermione, obviously, who would be on the register that McGonagall has, would have to go back via McGonagall or whoever is, you know, leading them around this day. And so Harry is actually essentially immediately left to his own devices to get back to the castle. He's not talking to anyone as well. He's completely down, and like I say, he just like pretty much heads straight back to sleep. Harry can't understand why no one told him about Sirius being James's friend. Yeah, it's the whole thing of, you know, trying to keep Harry safe, and it is the whole thing of, you know, like Arthur's and I think a few other characters are like saying, hey Harry, don't go out hunting for Sirius Black. And it's somewhere in my notes here. When Ron first heard about Sirius Black, he was like, well, should we go and take him out and get some house points or something like that, you know? Whereas here, now that Ron actually knows the situation, he and Hermione are both saying, Harry, don't do anything stupid, which is exactly what Arthur was saying, having learnt this extra bit of information. So that's why, you know, Harry can't understand it because he's Harry, but, you know, that is why, you know, it's so he wouldn't, you know, do anything stupid. There is no conversation with Ron and Hermione afterwards, guys. Ron does come to Harry, but Harry like pretends to be asleep, I believe. But the scene in the movie is brilliant. One of my favourite scenes in Harry Potter. I genuinely think it's beautifully shot. I think it's fantastically acted. Oh god, guys, the shots of Harry having run into the snow, and Hermione takes the cloak off him, and Ron is like standing away because Ron just doesn't know what to say or do. I don't believe this, guys, but that is one of my absolute favourite shots from the movies. Just that long shot of Ron completely... I don't want to... He's impotent here, guys. He doesn't know what to do to help his best friend. Beautiful, beautiful. And that is not a moment which is in the movie, guys. And so that is not a movie that is in the book, sorry. I don't believe I'm tearing up this much, guys, but seriously. Powerful scene. Powerful camera work. And you gotta... Even the biggest movie... I don't think anyone hates the movies. But if you tend to be of the opinion that the movies kind of butchered the books, guys, I think that scene's bloody wonderful. And it covers the fact that Harry is after Black now, which we will be coming up to. It's done in a lot more childish way in the book, as in Harry is a child, which is what you want, obviously. In the movie, it's a bit... I'm going to kill him because I'm a hero, you know? Whereas here, it's a lot more, so much more realistic for someone who is Harry's age, you know? But anyway, I love the movie scene. I love the movie scene. Hands up! I love the movie scene. What is going on here? There is a button here, but no, I'm not going to ignore it. Right. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so Harry's looking through the photo book that Hagrid gave him, I believe at the end of Philosopher's Stone, wasn't it? And Sirius is in the marriage photograph, which is... And it's nice, because Harry... I think it suggests that Harry has looked through these pictures countless times since getting the book. But he's never noticed Sirius there, because he's obviously just focused on his parents, and yet this new person that he now realises is so key to his history, his family history, it's been there the whole time. And the fact he's looking very different than what Harry knows him to appear as. And so yeah, Harry pretends to be asleep when Ron comes to talk with him, which is awesome. Love the fact that Ron comes to talk with him. And it's not like that's different from the movie Ron, because I know the movie Ron is very different, guys, particularly in this book. It's not... Ron coming to speak to Harry is after dinner, after the slow walk back to the castle, after dinner, you know, probably after, like, you know, talking with Hermione a bunch, then he's ready to try and say something to Harry, whereas that scene in the movie is... Boom! He's literally just found out what... Because he wasn't even there in the room. Harry was alone when he found out about Sirius Black. And so that is the moment where Ron finds out and he doesn't know what to say. And so that is consistent with the character, with the fact that Ron absolutely would not know what to say immediately. In the book, he tries to say something, but it's too little too late. And Harry's just pretending to be asleep. So Harry's like falling asleep and he's like imagining Sirius Black and everything, and he imagines the fight between Black and Pettigrew, and actually he envisages Peter Pettigrew's looking like Neville, which is interesting, guys. And there is Neville and Pettigrew comparison to be had. There is, guys, there is, which is very interesting considering what Neville eventually becomes. But, you know, when it comes to, like, the group dynamic, I mean, what McGonagall was saying about how McGonagall was pretty damn rude about Peter Pettigrew in that previous chapter. So there are definitely Neville-Peter Pettigrew comparisons, which is fascinating. Something which I've never thought before, but the fact that Harry envisages... kind of funny as well, but Neville is looking like... Peter Pettigrew is looking like Neville. It's quite funny. So yeah, it's the end of term now. Harry wakes up late. Hermione and Ron are downstairs in the common room. Ron and Hermione tell Harry to not do anything stupid, and Harry can tell that they've clearly rehearsed it several times overnight. Well, not overnight, but that morning, because it is late that Harry's woken up. And so, yeah, when they're like saying, hey, don't do anything stupid, Harry's like, yeah, you guys have been practicing this all morning, haven't you? He doesn't say it, but he imagines it. So maybe it's all in his head. And Ron, like, says how Black isn't worth dying for. And this is where I have the note about the comparison about how frivolous Ron was with the whole news of Sirius Black. He's basically saying, well, it's alright, we'll just capture him. Now he knows the full story. And how personal this is for Harry. Even Ron is like saying Black isn't worth dying for. Harry actually blooming tells Ron and Hermione about the Lily scream that he hears when the Dementors attack him, which is not something I was expecting at all, guys. And is angrily like saying, if you were in my situation, what would you do? You know, it's very interesting that he actually tells them about Ron and Hermione, and the fact that, you know, he's experienced this Dementor attack a couple of times now at the worst possible time, because it's basically like saying, hey, you should go. It's essentially telling him that he should do something about Black, you know, hearing his mother dying over and over again, which is something that we'll get into with the Dementor scene later on, guys, which is with the Patronus scene later on, guys, which is something which I really didn't pick up on in the movie. In fact, he has to overcome his want of hearing his parents' voices. Fascinating. Doobie. And like, so Ron like straight up like asks Harry if he actually does want to go and kill Sirius Black, and Hermione like straight away says, of course Harry doesn't. Which is so Hermione. I don't know if that's her telling herself that as well, or she genuinely. I think she genuinely doesn't think that Harry would want to do it. I think that she holds Harry at such a high standard that I think that she genuinely doesn't think that he's going to do anything. But Harry doesn't say anything. This is like an awkward silence. Harry Blummin says about how Draco was right about Harry wanting to get revenge. You know, when Draco was like saying that if he was in Harry's situation, he'd want revenge against Black in the potions lesson. And it's horrible that he's taking it. He's not taking the side. He's taking the bait that Draco was putting down. And Ron rightfully says, so you're going to take Malfoy's advice over ours, which is a good line. Very good line. We hear about the fact that Pettigrew's mother was sent the first class Order of Merlin because of the bravery of Peter Pettigrew, you'd imagine, alongside her son's finger, it being the largest part that they could find. So it doesn't say that it's the only thing they find, but they say it's the largest part that they could find of Peter. What was his finger? But when Ron brings this up to Harry then just like straight away just takes the conversation back to what Draco was saying. So Harry is so transfixed with revenge now that he's basically completely not listening to anything else that's going on with him. And like Harry's like obviously saying Voldemort as always, and it's very interesting here that Ron, upon hearing Harry saying Voldemort so much, angrily says to Harry, "Say you know what, will you? Say you know what, will you?" That's a bit of a weird sentence there. And then Harry immediately says Voldemort again. So this is brilliant. This is a good scene, guys. This is a good scene. It's great to see this conflict between these best friends, you know? The fact that Ron's actually getting angry with Harry, who has every right to be angry with the situation, and tells him to stop saying Voldemort, and then Harry immediately says Voldemort again. I'm with Harry in this situation, guys, but it's obviously Ron and wizarding families and everything. That term is not something that is used lightly, and so it's very interesting that it's here that Ron snaps with that, though. Very interesting. Hermione's in tears again, and this is where we will talk about how Hermione is so different in the books, guys. She is very regularly in tears, which I think is great for her character. It's certainly consistent with her character. There is not a chance in hell that she would be tearing up like this in the movie. Because she is such a different character. And I'm sure that a lot of people absolutely... I mean, I love the movie Hermione. I really do. She's so much more of a realistic character. And Harry. And Ron. In the books, they are so much more realistic. But, yeah, she does tear up a lot in these chapters that we will be covering. Hermione says that's it's good psychology by Hermione. It says that your parents wouldn't want you to go after Black, and Harry very coldly says, I'll never know what they want because thanks to Black, I've never spoken to them. That is so reminiscent. I mean, that's a cold line to say. Completely understandable. And it basically puts Ron and Hermione in the place of, you don't know what this is like. You don't know what I am going through. There is a line in one of the later movies, guys, and I honestly cannot remember when it is, or which movie it is. But Ron is saying to Harry that if the parents find out about what's going on at Hogwarts at the moment, and Harry interrupts and says, yeah, well, I haven't got any parents, have I, Ron? It's such a sympathetic line, guys. Even though that Harry is saying in anger at Hermione here, this, because of Black, I've never spoken to them. You're almost tempted to not feel sympathetic for him, but it's heartbreaking. It really is. So yeah, the room just completely goes silent after that line, which is to be expected. Ron then tries to change subject by suggesting that they go to see Hagrid. Good suggestion to try and defuse the situation, but then Harry immediately, boom, takes the conversation straight back to talking about the Black situation and says that he's going to ask Hagrid why he never told him about Black when talking about his parents. So you imagine he's about to be this angry, if not angrier, at Hagrid than he is with Hermione and Ron here, which is... Imagine that scene, guys. My God. Oh my God, imagine that scene. I mean, it doesn't happen because of what's happening with Hagrid at this point, but if that hadn't been happening, imagine the scene where Harry is chastising Hagrid, guys, and I believe he would have done. I think that he would have done. He is so angry at this point that I think he would have given Dumbledore an earful about it as well. So yeah, he immediately brings it back to talking about Black again, and so then Ron tries to change the subject again by suggesting that they're playing chess or gobstones. Shout out Zenobia. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I should say, last video I did mention Hogwarts Legacy a couple of times, and I got a couple of comments, not just off a single person, but a couple of comments like saying, hey Veggie, is not all of us have played Hogwarts Legacy. I will try to keep my Hogwarts Legacy references to a minimum, and what I do say about it will be very, very minor. There will be nothing about the main story at all. I've said it now, there is a student called Zenobia who I really like as a character. And she's big into gobstones. That I won't say any more on that. Very interestingly, guys, Ron says that Percy left a set of gobstones behind when he's gone home for Christmas. Percy. I cannot imagine Percy playing gobstones, guys. It's a pretty foul game. Hence the struggles that Zenobia's going through. And so Percy plays gobstones. That's maybe confiscating of someone. No, he wouldn't do that. Yeah, the fact that it's Percy who has gobstones, that definitely surprised me. That definitely surprises me. And so, yeah, they go to visit Hagrid. Scroll down my notes. So Hagrid answers the door in absolute tears and says, "Oh, you heard," thinking that they've come to, come and comfort him. Again, thank God this is the case, because if Harry would have gone nuclear at Hagrid, and that would have been heartbreaking. He's in a lot of distress. It turns out that Dumbledore had actually spoken up for Hagrid when it came to the committee and said that it wasn't Hagrid's fault, and they actually accepted that. But that's the committee of the disposal of dangerous animals is still going to have a hearing. They're upholding Lucius Malfoy's complaint. Again, I'm not taking the sides of Lucius or anything, guys, but I can see the logic here. I really can. We discussed that in the past, though, so we will move on. Hagrid refers to them as the gargoyles at the disposal of dangerous animals, and I actually put down a little note saying, is this an insult, or is it the council gargoyles? It's a little bit confusing for someone in the wizarding world to use an insult that is going to be something that is in the wizarding world, if you know what I mean. It's like saying a woman, or a man, calling a man or a woman a witch because of how nasty they are. But in the wizarding world, a lot of them are witches, and so you see what I mean. And so when Hagrid mentioned gargoyles, that did confuse me a little bit for a short second. A doobie. I had a mojito for the first time yesterday, guys. I actually made it myself as well. I got the fresh lemons and mint and everything. It's blooming lovely. Anyway, that's another sidetrack. I thoroughly enjoyed it though. See, now I'm completely lost. Talking about blooming mojitos. Hagrid says the disposal of dangerous animals, or DDA, as I've got down here, have it in for interesting creatures. Now, I've got down here, is that Hagrid being biased, or is that... Because the thing is... I mean, imagine a conversation between Hagrid and Newt Scamander, guys. Oh my giddy aunt. That would have been adorable. But Newt does seem to be a lot more logical. I think that's fair to say in his love of his animals. And he's trying to teach people that these animals are incredible things. Fantastic, some might even say. That should be nurtured and looked after. Hagrid will say that about Blummin. If Voldemort was like a cow, I don't know where that came from, but if Voldemort was a cow but still doing all the evil things that he was doing, Hagrid would still absolutely adore the cow that is Voldemort. Caldemort. That's what this is what these book reviews have become, guys. I've just said Caldemort. You know what? I'm going to tweet. I'm going to tweet out that I just said Caldemort. So if you want to see amazing tweets like that, guys, Veggie_gamer, you can find me on there. You can tell because I got my stupid face on my icon. But yes, if you're on Twitter, that's the best place to follow me, guys, because that is where I am most active. And also, quite frankly, guys, if you're watching this on the Patreon, notifications on Patreon are terrible for me. I very often find things weeks after they've been posted, and I'm replying to them so late, and so I'm so sorry about that. Twitter is the place to contact me if you want quick answers. Anyway, I do. So yeah, Harry is thinking to himself how Buckbeak doesn't deserve to die. He's right. Buckbeak does not deserve to die for this situation, and he actually thinks to himself how, compared to Hagrid's usual standards of creatures, Buckbeak is positively cute, which is amazing. He's pretty cute. Look at this Buckbeak's cute. Have you seen the other book cover, guys? Oh my goodness! I don't know if I'm going to be able to Photoshop it in, but there is I don't know if it's like the American version or like the first edition version or something like that. But the other cover for Prince of Azkaban is so strange. Buckbeak is like that, and Harry's like on the back, and I think it looks like Ginny, but I'm guessing it's meant to be Hermione's behind her, but behind him, and she's like that. Is amazing, absolutely amazing. If you type in Prince of Azkaban cover art, it'll come up with this, but you'll also come up with several others. You'll know the one I'm talking about. Like, it's amazing. Sorry. But yes, that aside, that cover is quite funny. Yeah, but this Buckbeak is definitely positively cute. Hagrid says that the DDA are in Lucius's pocket. Now, I've got down here, that could be Hagrid being biased as well, but then again, the last time he made a inflammatory, that's not the right term, but what is the term? An accusation like that. That is the exact term I was looking for. He was absolutely on the money. You remember when Hagrid was getting taken by Fudge, and he like says how the council are all in, are all scared of Lucius and everything, or like getting blackmailed and everything. He was absolutely correct, but at that point he was saying it as a point of opinion, and so I don't know if that. I mean, the thing is, Hagrid is in a lot of distress here, so it's possible that he's just blurting out bias, things like that, out of his emotions. But he said he's done it before, and he was blooming right, and so Harry can bring him. Oh, that's right. So because of all this, and thank God, in a way, that Hagrid is in such a terrible state, Harry has basically essentially forgotten what he was actually marching there to actually ask Hagrid. And he's just completely diffused. It's beautiful, guys. It's bloody beautiful. It's like a friend who's having a really bad time and is like really angry about something, but then they see their friend who's actually in need of actual emotional help and, understanding, just completely putting their stuff aside. It's beautiful. Harry's a great character, guys. Really appreciate the fact that he's like this. And so Harry and Hermione are both like, trying to cheer up Hagrid, like saying how great his lessons are and everything, and then they look over to Ron to say something because he's just stood there, and Ron says, "Shall I make a cup of tea?" Which is amazing. Apparently that's what Molly says whenever anyone's upset, which is such a Molly thing. Molly is a great character considering she isn't in it that much, guys. But that line, I completely believe that she, like, if someone's upset about anything, just like, right, cup of tea. As if that's going to solve everything, or at least take the mind off it, in the same way that Harry's had his mind taken off his issues, and so I like that. I love the fact that that's actually Ron's go-to suggestion as well. And Harry and Hermione are not impressed by that suggestion. Fang's been hiding underneath the table, guys, and it's very sad. I got down here that he's been intimidated over Hagrid's emotions. I don't think that's right. It's something that I have to do with Woozle more than I did with Penny. Penny was my previous Dougie, guys. A lab collie, gorgeous dog. But because Woozle has gone through a lot of. Penny had gone through some bad things in the past as well, not as bad as what we believe Woozle has gone through. Woozle really relies on me on another level, That's why I always had to be available around her. It's not like I can leave her alone for like several hours or anything. And so if I'm sad about something, she absolutely picks up on it, and so I'm guessing that's what's going on here with Fang, and she absolutely does. In fact, sometimes she it's actually quite it's a cup of tea moment for me. You know, like Ron just suggested a cup of tea. If I'm upset about something and then I see that is having an effect on Woozle and she's like maybe looking a little bit nervous or upset herself, that is like, right, okay, I need to stop now. I need to put that out of my mind because she's my priority. In a way, I feel like that's what Ron was kind of doing. I actually do, and you know, and Fang comes out from underneath the table, and so, yeah, my notes say that Fang may have been intimidated about what was going on, but I don't think that's right. I think that he's just super. He picks up a lot on all of Hagrid's emotions. So Hagrid's like, you know, he's really downtrodden and like beating himself up at this point. Like says how nobody likes his classes and everything, and Hermione like I can't remember the way it words it, but it's like no, we think that your lessons are amazing. Hermione lied, and like Ron like crosses his fingers whilst he's saying it and everything, and like Ron, you know, because Hagrid has probably overheard Ron, not mocking is the wrong term, but mocking Hagrid's flubberworms, and like say, why would you want to look after these sort of things? You know, Hagrid would take that to heart, and so out of that, and so Ron has probably worked that out, and so he's almost like trying to backtrack on what he said about the flubberworms in the past, and ask like how they're doing and everything, and Hagrid like just said they're dead, and so Ron like goes, oh no, and it says that his lip twitches, which I'm not 100% sure. Is it the awkwardness that is twitching, or I don't think he thinks it's funny. Or that he's like relieved or anything. I think that it's the awkwardness that his lip just goes like that because it was like it was the wrong question to ask. I think that's what the issue is here. So yeah, and Hagrid like saying about how life is just generally bad. No one likes his lessons, but the Buckbeak situation, his job situation, although his job has been secured. Which is interesting because I thought that he'd stopped being the Care for Magical Beasts professor after Prison of Azkaban, but why? Why do I think that? How interesting. I think I just assumed that he stopped being the professor, but not according to this. Apparently his job is completely secure still. And he's saying about how he can't even go to the free broomsticks without seeing the dementors floating around or like standing around. In fact, they do, don't they? Like being around the place, and how it reminds him of Azkaban. And we get this fascinating bit here, guys. And you know what? I was actually amazed to read some people's comments about the last scene of the Chamber of Secrets movie, guys. Because I thought it was so bloody beautiful. Granted, it is a bit long. It does feel like, okay, my hands are getting a little bit sore now. Can I stop clapping, But I think it's beautiful. A lot of you do say how the students wouldn't have that much of a connection with Hagrid, and so them all like going crazy that Hagrid's back seems a bit strange. But as a movie watcher, I thought it was bloody beautiful. Bloody beautiful. Starting to sound like Hagrid now. And in that scene, and it's not in the movie because we basically just hear, oh, Hagrid got back at around 3 a.m. and he was happy. That's all we get. Whereas in the movie, you had this bloody beautiful moment of Robbie Coltrane acting his socks off here, guys. Which apparently, I used that term to someone in the UK recently. I'd never heard of it before. To say that someone is giving something socks. They'd never heard it before, so maybe it's a regional thing. But yes, he's giving it socks in that scene. Robbie Coltrane is. It's such a beautiful scene where he's got tears in his eyes and he's just like saying how horrible it was there and like thanks for getting him out. That in the books, guys. And so, this bit here, in the Prison of Azkaban book, is the first time we're actually hearing about Hagrid's time, or even assuming that it was even bad, So it's really affected him. when he's there, he like memories of the day that he got expelled keep coming back. The day his father died. The third example, broke my heart, guys. The third example of these horrendous memories. Remember, getting expelled, having seeing the day his father died, and the third one being when he had to say goodbye to Norbert. Man, that was actually like a gut punch of, oh wow, Norbert actually meant that much to him. I mean, we know it meant a lot to him, guys, but my god, to compare it to those other two. And it's not like Norbert was being hurt. Norbert was being taken to the best place for Norbert, and so, wow. Yeah, that line hurt me. He says that after a while you can't even remember who you are or what the point of living is anymore. And actually says about how, regardless of innocence, Dementors don't like seeing prisoners getting let out, because they're feeding on them. They are essentially a fantastic beast. Essentially, they're not wizards or witches, are they? They are creatures, and these creatures have hunger and needs. And so to let a prisoner go, regardless of how innocent or not they are, they're not. They're probably going to fight tooth and nail to not allow that to happen, and so Hagrid has actually been considering letting Buckbeak go, but he's actually afraid of breaking the law now. And I say now because, sure, Hagrid wouldn't generally break the law. I think that he would if he thought he was doing something nice for a creature. But he says here, which is obviously what letting Buckbeak go would do. But he says that he's afraid of breaking the law and going back. And so oh man, you can knock it, guys, but these Dementors bloomin' work, don't they? Jeez. And I'm certainly not defending that sort of treatment of prisoners, guys. But the fact that it has made Hagrid scared stiff of breaking the law again. It's worked on Hagrid, hasn't it? That's what I'm saying. It's horrible. It's horrible, but it has absolutely worked. It reminds me of, oh god, this is a stupid reference, guys, but there's a Red Dwarf episode, which is a sci-fi comedy. The first 6 series are great. I'll say no more after that, in my opinion. I love the first 2 series are my favourite, which I think is quite rare. But I love the characters in the first 2 series. But there is one in the later series, I think it's like series 4 or 5, where one guy gets put in prison, and it's a prison where it's called the justice field, is an effect where if you do a crime, that crime will happen to you. And so he suggests that someone set fire to the sheets of his bed in his cell. And when he sets fire to them, the sheets are fine, but a fire appears on the guy's back, so it's that sort of justice. And then later on, someone hits someone with a bat, but they are the one who take the impact of it, not the person who is actually hit. And so it reminded me of that. But it's the sort of thing where it just makes you instinctively not want to break the law anymore. And that's what's happened to Hagrid here, in a horrible way. It's torture. It's torture, which is not something I'll ever agree with. So yeah, Ron, Hermione, and Harry agreed to help Hagrid out with his case. Lots of H's in this story. Poor Ron, quite frankly. Why couldn't it be called Hon? Anyway. And they go straight to the library afterwards to get some books out about famous cases of creatures getting trialed and everything. We hear about the 1720 case of the hippogriff. What was convicted. We hear about a case where the hippogriff was basically given a bad result. And I think it's Ron who's reading it. He just says, oh my goodness, look what they did to it. Doesn't actually say what they did. Thank God. But obviously it was not nice. 1720s, though, different time. Then we hear about a manticore from 1296. Was let off because everyone was too scared to go near it, which is amazing. The fact that it was actually legally pardoned for being too scary is amazing. I don't think that would wash in real life. So yeah, then we move on to Christmas Day, and Ron has got another maroon sweater, which is amazing. Harry's got a scarlet one with a lion on the front. He said a dozen mince pies, some Christmas cake, and some nut brittle, which I had to Google, guys, because I've not even heard of that. So, Christmas mince pies is a very British thing, I believe, or what's the term? Commonwealth thing. Because whenever I talk about Christmas crackers, and I say they're a British thing, I'm pretty sure people from Canada like say, no, we've got them over here as well. So that would be a Commonwealth. Is Canada still in the Commonwealth? I think so. I'm confused by all that, to be honest, guys. Christmas cake as well. I don't think it's something that you have in many other countries. It's like it's basically fruit cake with frosting. It's not something which I particularly like. I tend to have like an alternative. It's I don't get anything with too much fruit in, you know. Nut brittle though. I swear to God, guys. I mean, when I googled it, I kind of recognised it, but that is not something which I associate with Christmas at all. So if you do, guys, please do let me know in the comments, because that is not something which I associate with Christmas at all. Again, it's just a lovely list of things. Harry with the scarlet sweater, a dozen mince pies, some Christmas cake, and some nut brittle. That's my favourite part about these books, guys. The lists, you know. Much like the lists that we had about the Manticore and the Hippogriff as well, you know. Lists are brilliant on these. And he gets the Firebolt for Christmas, which is so different from in the movie, guys. My goodness. But, you know, we shall go through. There's no card saying who it's from. Ron suggests that it's from Dumbledore. Dumbledore wouldn't say it was from him. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, Ron actually said that Dumbledore wouldn't say it was from him if he had got him. In case some, and this is what Ron says. In case some git like Malfoy, he says it's favoritism. This line is almost laughable, guys, and it doesn't help the fact that I've watched things like A Harry Potter musical and everything. But at this point, Ron and Harry must be like, yeah, but Dumbledore is does a favoritism though. But I know, but that doesn't counter what Ron's saying here, because Ron's saying that he doesn't want Malfoy to say it's favoritism. We all know it's favoritism, but he doesn't want Malfoy to say it. So, it's amazing. Ron suggests that it could be from Lupin, but Harry retorts Lupin doesn't even have, if he could afford this, he could afford some new robes. I presume that Lupin doesn't buy new robes because they get wrecked regularly. Maybe there's another reason coming up, but I presume that's what it is. There's no point in spending money on clothes which are going to be ripped, regularly. Oh yes, so there's a little bit of confusion between Ron and Harry here, where Ron says that Lupin could have got the broomstick while he was away, and Harry says, "What do you mean? He hasn't been away. He's just been ill." It's very interesting that came up here, and Ron says, "Well, I was in detention during that time, in the hospital wing, and Lupin wasn't there." Now, just because Lupin's ill doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be in the hospital wing. There's a really nice little bit of confusion there, guys. And it's such a little throwaway line, but that little line between Harry and Ron about, what do you mean that Lupin went away? He hasn't been away, he's just ill. And Ron's like, well, he wasn't in the hospital wing. Good stuff, guys. That is one of those lines where, when you're reading it for the second time, because obviously this is the second time I'm experiencing this story, but the first time reading the book, that line must be one of those beautiful, little nudges to what the storyline could be, to where the storyline leads. I liked it. Harry had been in the hospital wing after the match, so he should have known too. Yeah, that's true. Actually, so this is the time when the time leading up to and beyond the Quidditch match where Harry got destroyed. Sorry, by Hufflepuff. I apologise for my stupid thing I did last time, guys. I don't know why I was doing a Macho Man impression. That was not my intention when I pressed record. Oh yeah. Sorry. I was going to use the NWO theme, but that would have definitely got copyrighted. So I used a tune from Danganronpa instead. Anyway, enough waffle. So yeah, I speculate that, well, Harry would have been in the hospital wing at that time as well, and so would have noticed that Lupin wasn't there. But I feel that's a little bit of a OTT comment by me. So yeah, I don't think the Lupin would have been in the hospital wing. Just because you're ill doesn't necessarily mean that you had to be in the hospital wing. Even if Pomfrey is looking after you, you don't have to be in the hospital wing. Not suggesting it was McGonagall. Yes, no one suggests that McGonagall was the one who gave Harry the broom, which is something which I would have expected them to actually at least speculate, particularly as she's such a Gryffindor. You know, she's the one who got Harry into Quidditch after what happened in the first book. So it's surprising no one suggested that it's McGonagall. Down here, I've got that wasn't it McGonagall that got him the Nimbus. I think it was, guys. And so for them to not even speculate that it could have been her, who gave Harry the Nimbus 2000? I feel like it was McGonagall. It bloomin' was. In the movie, Professor McGonagall gives Harry the Nimbus 2000 when he joins the... Well, this is in the movie. Who gave Harry... In the book, Professor McGonagall sent for Harry to be given the Nimbus 2000 when he was chosen. So why the hell did they not suggest it was McGonagall then? Yeah, like not for a second, because that would have been the first. If you got a broom because you joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and that broom got destroyed, and then very soon after you were given another broom. Without a note on it, I would have thought, well, this is obviously for McGonagall, and she hasn't put a note on it because it's obviously her. The fact that they even suggest it. So I know this Firebolt, sorry, is meant to be a very expensive bit of kit. You know, the fact that Ron's mind would go to Lupin first before McGonagall, the person who had got Harry the Nimbus before. And the Nimbus was 2000, meant to be blooming expensive, guys. Well, pretty expensive. It's not like the Firebolt. The Firebolt is like an incredible new thing. Yeah, strange. I feel like I've missed something there, guys, but the fact they don't even suggest McGonagall is quite odd. Hermione enters the room with Crookshanks, is instantly sus about the Firebolt, says no one should ride it, and Crookshanks attacks Ron. Ron attempts to kick at Crookshanks and hits Harry's chest over. You know, wooden chest. And then Snape rolls out of Vernon's socks. Scabbers is looking very rough at this point, like hair's falling out, losing a lot of weight. Obviously, we know why that is, but Harry does think to himself that unless it has special powers, it's just getting very old. You know, the fact that Scabbers could have special powers, you know, it's not beyond imagining, but it's interesting that Harry would think that to himself. So because Ron kicked out at Scabbers. Let's not get into that discussion, but Ron kicked out of Scabbers whilst it was trying to get... kicked out of Crookshanks whilst trying to get to Scabbers. Ron and Hermione are now furious at each other again, which is nice, guys. It happens fairly regularly in these books. Oh no, it gets to another level soon. Harry brings the Firebolt down... Harry actually brings a Firebolt to Christmas dinner, or Christmas lunch, I think it is, actually, isn't it? Which is... amazing. No one actually retorts on it, though, interestingly enough. Yeah, but Harry does take the broom with him to the meal. Hermione keeps on giving the Firebolt dark looks, and it says that it's as if Harry thinks to himself that it's as if the Firebolt had criticized Hermione's cat, which is amazing. Hermione's awesome, guys. I really like her book character. So yeah, the teachers are there. Filch is there. He's wearing a very old mouldy tailcoat. I do question, why is it mouldy? it's this whole thing with Slytherin as well, guys. But with Filch, this whole we get it. He's meant to be like quite a grubby guy, but why is his tailcoat mouldy? I don't know, guys. I'm overthinking it. I find Filch so interesting that I end up defending him all the time, and so just that is. I mean, I'm glad he's there. I'm glad he's blooming joining in with the festivity. That's wonderful. There's only 3 other students in the whole of the school that are staying there for Christmas. That's quite insane when you think about it, guys. Because there's definitely been more in previous years. Yeah. There are 2 very nervous-looking first years, which is amazing, and a solemn-faced 5th year. Slytherin. We don't hear anything about his name or anything like that, which is interesting. I don't know. I doubt he's meant to be someone like that will come back, but it's very interesting that we hear his house. But then Harry probably does look at Slytherins as being different from everyone else, so maybe that's why we hear that he's a Slytherin. It's all told by Harry's point of view. Snape and Dumbledore pull a cracker, and again, guys, if you're from a country which doesn't have crackers, they're like paper, like a tubular paper thing with a compartment in the middle, so the outsides are like scrunched up so they twirl around, and they have like a bit of I don't know, it's snapping tape which like makes a bang when you pull it, and so you hold each end of it and like you pull it like that, and like whoever gets the contents in the middle on their side of it is meant to have whatever is in it. And you have a party hat. I had one on my desk and I haven't got it anymore. Like very, very, very cheap, like very thin paper party hat in a different colour. Like a little toy or like a little puzzle. And then there's usually a joke in there as well. And these jokes are purposefully bad. They're meant to be jokes where you're meant to groan at rather than laugh at, you know? The theory is that bad jokes bring people together more than good jokes, and so everyone around the table is like, oh god, everyone like that, you know, all together are like feeling that about the joke, which is like it's a communal thing. It's like it's bringing people together more than a joke which is really funny, and so that's why the jokes tend to be quite bad. But this one, amazingly, has where is it? Oh my goodness, I've lost I'm all over the place in the notes. Yes, so Snape and Dumbledore pull a cracker. The prize inside is that it appears to be the hat that Neville's Boggart had worn. Now, I speculate here: is that Dumbledore? Is that Dumbledore like doing a little joke to Harry and Ron and Hermione, who would have been the only students that would have been in that class at that time when what happened? Although the other students would have heard about it. I feel like Dumbledore made that hat. That's my theory. He made the hat appear as a reference to, you know, the Snape Boggart situation. I think so. So yeah, Trelawney comes wobbling in. Dumbledore like says is that it's a surprise. Obviously, Trelawney has to, like, you know, her theory is that she keeps to herself so she can keep her mind and future reading focused and everything away from other people's minds, you know. Trelawney pretends to know things sometimes to put people at ease. Oh, that's right. Yeah. No, not to not know. Sorry. Yeah. So, oh, sorry, guys. I've jumped a whole bunch forward in my notes. My goodness, this is a long chapter. It is a long chapter, though, which is fine. Trelawney joins the table. Dumbledore does say that it's a surprise. Trelawney explains that she had a vision of her joining, and that, you know, if she sees a vision of it, she says like, "Who am I to not go with fate?" You know. She notices that she will be the 13th person at the table, and says if she joins, then the first person to stand will die. Be the first person to die. It's very interesting, guys. That's certainly not a obviously 13 is meant to be an unlucky number, but I've never heard that before about sitting at the table. McGonagall is very, very flippant with Trelawney, which is so... I mean, the only time we re-see McGonagall with Trelawney in the movie at all is when Trelawney's getting turfed out, and McGonagall's like heartbroken for her in the movie. This is movies, I should say. But here, McGonagall is like having none of it. And like says, we'll risk it. Like that. And impatiently tells her to sit down. I got here that McGonagall offers Trelawney tripe. Now, I believe that tripe at Christmas, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, if there's any Northerners or Scottish people here, I believe that some people up north do actually have tripe for Christmas, right? I'm not just thinking of Vicar of Dibley, am I? Because there's a Vicar of Dibley episode which is amazing. It's probably the best episode, where the vicar has to have many massive Christmas dinners. It's brilliant. It's a really good one. And one of the people there offers her tripe. But I believe that eating tripe for Christmas might actually... Eating tripe, it tends to be quite a northern thing anyway. We don't have tripe down here. Woozle has tripe, but that's a bit different. It's like stomach lining, right? I'm not sure, guys. I'm a little bit confused by it. I know it smells, though, that's for sure. So yeah, she offers Trelawney tripe, which is probably because she's Scottish, which is obviously, you know, Northern Britain. Great Britain. But also I have just got down here, guys, and I don't think this is her taking the mick. This is most definitely incorrect. But we know that McGonagall is being very sarcastic to Trelawney here. Now, to call something tripe, in the UK at least, as a, what's the term? As like, almost like an insult. If you call something tripe as an insult, it means it is a lie. And so if someone tells you something and you don't believe them, you say, what utter tripe? Like that, you know. I doubt it, but is McGonagall playing a very subtle joke? Like insult to Trelawney there, saying that she's a liar? Probably not. But yeah, I thought I'd make that little connection, just in case if I am right. Trelawney asks about Lupin, and McGonagall says, oh, surely you already know that he's ill. Again, being very with Trelawney. And Trelawney then says that she sometimes pretends to not know things to put the people around her at ease, which really sounds like she doesn't know nothing, guys. It really, really does. But presumably, I mean, we know that Trelawney is at least on the money sometimes. Much like the psychic guy from Danganronpa 1, who's right 30% of the time or something, which is amazing. Although he is actually right in the most funny way at one point on the first Danganronpa game, I should say. So yeah, that's so Trelawney could just be lying there, but also it could be true. It could be true that, you know, that she feels that. I mean, she doesn't do it to Harry, that's for sure. She doesn't put Harry at ease, does she? With what she says. I got down here, guys. McGonagall is being unprofessional here. You can't be doing this, and even Dumbledore, like, you know, calms the situation by changing the subject. McGonagall is, considering how high up McGonagall is as well, she's being unprofessional, guys. Obviously, she doesn't agree with the Trelawney's methods, I guess would be the best way of putting it. You don't air that in front of students. I don't care if it's only 6 students. Maybe because it is the Christmas holiday and she's completely in off-work mode. This is what McGonagall is really like, and she feels like she can be like that because she is not currently at work. But still, doing this in front of students, guys. I mean, Ron's laughing his head off for what she's saying, and so... Again, guys, it's Snape. It's Snape criticising Lupin's lesson when he's in the Defense Against the Dark Arts, like saying, "Oh, is this what he's teaching you? You've only done this, or you need to. This is ridiculous. Lupin should buck his ideas up." If you're against Snape saying that stuff, guys, you gotta be against McGonagall saying this stuff about Trelawney. I think that's fair, right? That's fair. That's a very fair comparison. This is the first book where we really see the teachers at each other. Granted, Lockhart in the previous book, but everyone knew that he was a charlatan, you know. Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing snide comments, I feel, you know. Yeah. So yeah, Dumbledore does calm the situation by mentioning Snape's potion. Now I like this, guys, because this teaches Harry and Ron and Hermione, and it doesn't say this exclusively, but it's telling Hermione, Ron, and Harry that that Dumbledore knows about what's going on with Snape's potions going to Lupin. Which is a big change. Considering what, ridiculously, in my opinion, Harry still believes Snape is up to. When I say ridiculous, as in Harry is ridiculous. Not the story, not the writing. Harry, the person, is being ridiculous when he still thinks that Snape's up to something. For Dumbledore to acknowledge that he knows that transaction, or not even transaction, but that agreement is going on, has got to put Harry's mind at rest a little bit, right? Harry? Come on, Harry, talk to me. A little bit. Anyway, so they all get up and Trelawney panics and says, "Oh, who stood up first?" And again, McGonagall is straight away, mocking and says, "I doubt it would make much difference unless a mad axeman is waiting outside the door." Which is amazing. Which absolutely, Ron, laughs out loud at. Again, guys. You know what worries me? What Ron's going to be like in the next Trelawney lesson. Yeah, it actually worries me, guys. Yeah, I love Ron. I don't think he's going to be nasty or anything, but he's certainly not going to have any respect for Trelawney if he had any before. McGonagall doing this is going to take away any of that respect. So yeah, Hermione wants a word with McGonagall. I presume this was going to be... Oh no, I haven't got it out. I got my blow... is it here? One of the wonderful things I was sent was... so guys, I did the... here it is. I did another unboxing video. You can check it out. It's on YouTube. It's a bit long. It's like an hour long because I had several packages to open. I'm so sorry about the wait on that. But I got sent this wonderful thing. Oh. You can actually make it spin around properly. There we go. So I thought that Hermione was going to be talking to McGonagall about all the lessons that she's going to via this thing. This is amazing. This is really well made as well, guys. Awesome. But no, it turns out that she has ulterior motives, which we will get to in a moment, guys. I want to know your thoughts on it completely. I feel like it's going to be a big discussion point in the book club. So as Harry and Ron are walking back to the common room, Harry thinks to himself how the corridors are completely devoid of crazed axemen, which is an amazing line. So obviously he found what McGonagall said was funny as well. Cadogan is having a party with 2 monks, several previous headmasters, and his fat pony, which I'm glad the fat pony's about. I wonder if I can't say that. I wonder if the headmaster from Hogwarts Legacy is there. There you go. That's not a spoiler. So yeah, they go back and are marveling at the Firebolt, and then in comes Hermione, shouldered by McGonagall of all people, guys. And so Harry immediately knows that something's up, and is just staring at what's going on like this. Hermione's just completely pretending, she basically goes and covers her face with a book basically, because she knows what's coming. And McGonagall looks over the Firebolt and blooming confiscates it, guys. Says how Hooch and Flitwick are going to will have to strip it down for them to search Jinxes. I think Ron and Harry are worried that it will never be the same if they do strip it down like that. And when McGonagall takes the broom back, Hermione's still like this with the book, and as soon as because Harry's just in shock, he's just watching McGonagall walking away, and Ron is the one who turns to Hermione say, "What the heck are you doing?" And Hermione's slams the book down, is angry because Hermione knew all the way through dinner. Because we didn't hear about Hermione. We didn't hear about how funny she thought. This is an interesting point, guys. We know Hermione's opinion of Trelawney. Why was she not the one who was? Why was it not saying Hermione laughed at what McGonagall said? We know why not, because she's thinking about what she has to do, and what this moment is gonna happen. So it's very interesting that we didn't hear about her, reacting to McGonagall's comments about Trelawney at all, considering that, Hermione is her biggest detractor. because she was waiting for this moment. And so she's immediately massively defensive. And says that she and McGonagall believe that it has been sent by Sirius Black. So I guess that's my notes for this chapter, guys. What a great chapter! What a great chapter! I guess this is going to be one of the big discussion points now, guys. Was Hermione right to do what she did? I think that the vast majority of people, and I could be wrong, so let me know your thoughts in the comments, guys. I think the vast majority of people will say that she was. The thing is, guys, in these books, particularly in Philosopher's Stone, it was Ron, Harry, and eventually Hermione breaking the rules for the greater good. I feel like that was also kind of the focus in Chamber of Secrets. Not as much, but it was there. In Prisoner of Azkaban, it feels like it's the complete opposite. What did Harry gain from overhearing that conversation in the Three Broomsticks? Or that, to be fair, he didn't... In the movie, he goes in to hear about it, doesn't he? Whereas in the Three Broomsticks, he's basically stuck and has to listen to it. The advice that they are giving Harry in Prisoner of Azkaban, I think is good advice. Knowing the information that they know. And so, for Harry to be sent this, quite frankly, guys, someone should be scanning his mail anyway. That's a really good point. Like, any parcels that arrive at Hogwarts for Harry, through Owl Mail, through Hedwig or anything, should be getting filtered through Flitwick and Hooch. I don't know if it's Hooch particularly because it's a broomstick, but Flitwick is obviously the guy who can find out about the jinxes and curses. Any of the presents that Harry received could have had a jinx on it. Like, even the package from Molly. If that had been intercepted, something put inside the mince pies or something done to the sweater. So all of Harry's stuff, really, considering we know this guy is apparently after trying to kill Harry, for Harry to be able to receive a present that could potentially have a jinx on it, that's... I think that McGonagall is right to do it. What I'm saying is, if she's right to do it in this instance, why did she not do it with all the other presents that Harry received? Just because it didn't have a card? I mean, that's quite easy to fake, you know? So if the card, like, said, love the Dursleys, obviously Harry would probably be a bit sus about that. Or maybe, or like maybe say like Ali. This is a good example. Someone like write a card saying from Fudge, thank you so much for your help in not in Chamber of Secrets because that's the name of the story, but you know what dealing with Voldemort in Philosopher's Stone and something like that. All us guys over at the Ministry thought we'd get together and get you this. Lots of love, Fudge. Evil Sirius Black could easily do that. And so, which means that Hermione wouldn't have been sus, because she's only sus when she finds out that there's no card. And so if Harry's receiving any mail, any presents, they should all be getting filtered, card or not, guys. Just because it has a card does not mean it's legit, you know? We're talking about, Dean Thomas was offering to use a forgery spell to get Vernon's signature on Harry's permission slip. And so forging is something that is not... Yeah, it is something that can work in the wizarding world. And so for to be the card being the difference is a bit ridiculous, guys. If Harry's getting sent stuff from anyone, it should be getting tested for jinxes. So, Hermione is absolutely right in this situation, in my opinion. McGonagall is also right, but it does question... Why just the broom? You got sent some some mince pies. You know, just because there's a card on it does not mean that it's legit, guys, you know? Sure, maybe it was, oh no, I forgot it again, but the Weasley's owl. That delivered it, but again, that does not mean that it's not Jinx there. And also, how did the broom get there? I presume from Owlmail. Weasley's owl. Errol, always forget your name. I'm so sorry. So that's how I see it, guys. I cannot wait to read your comments because I have a feeling that you're going to change my opinions in some ways. But in my opinion, Hermione is not right, not just right here. She is being bloody brave. Because it's that age, guys. She's basically, she must know that she may essentially be ending her friendship with Harry and Ron. Because we'll get into it, guys. This is not a short-term thing. This is not, you know, the next day Hermione and Ron are looking annoyed at each other, but then they become friends again, which tends to be what happens in these. This goes on for over a month of Hermione not really talking with Ron and Harry. Sure, granted, she's busy with her own problems, which we will find out about. But yeah, I think that Hermione was right. Let me know your comments in the comments. As I cannot wait to see your other opinions, guys. But now let's move over to Chapter 12, Patronus, or the Patronus. I think it's the Patronus. Yes, the Patronus. This is going to be a long one, guys. We're already like an hour and 20 minutes in, and we've done one chapter. Okay. Hermione has now started avoiding the common room. Woods returns from Christmas holiday and starts badgering, well, which is a term which we will discuss in a moment, badgering Harry about how to solve the dementor problem. Harry tells him about the Firebolt, and Woods says he will try and get it back from McGonagall. Harry starts his anti-dementor lessons with Lupin, which involves attempting a very advanced spell on a Boggart. Harry struggles with the Patronus spell as he hears the voices of his parents whenever the Boggart affects him. I was going to say attack, but that's definitely the wrong term, guys. It's a defense mechanism, isn't it? I believe. Wood fails in style to get the Firebolt off McGonagall, which is amazing. We will discuss it. He is so funny in this book, guys. He really is. Which is something I was not expecting. But after a more successful lesson from Lupin, Harry bumps into McGonagall, who gives him the fully examined Firebolt back. Ron and Harry return to the common room to find Neville being chastised by Cadogan for not knowing the password. Neville mentions that he had written all the passwords down but had lost the list. While Harry is making peace with Hermione, Ron comes charging in with a bedsheet with what appears to be Scabbers' blood. Now that is a short description, guys, but it's because the meat of the chapter is in the detail. And so when I finished the description, I was like, wow, that really seems quite short, but it is because there's a lot of things which we will discuss now going on amongst those things. But either way, so Harry understands why Hermione did what she did, but he's still angry with her, which I think is the natural reaction, especially as we're talking about Harry, who takes Quidditch incredibly seriously, being given the cheat codes to the game, essentially. And it really is, guys, which we will be getting into in the next chapter. It is essentially, oh, Gryffindor are going to win then. Even Gryffindor fans, fans is probably the wrong term, but Gryffindor supporters say that. Anyway, whereas Ron is just furious at Hermione and sees that, you know, any sort of dismantling that's going to happen with the Firebolt should be considered criminal damage, which is hilarious. Hermione is actually avoiding the common room now, probably spending most of the time in the library. It's so sad, guys. I do think that is. Maybe I'm looking too much into this whole her avoiding the common room thing, because it probably is a large part because she is so overworked. And we really get the idea that she's getting overworked in the book, guys. None of that at all in the movie, in the slightest. Not a single suggestion that Hermione is having any trouble keeping up with doing every single class. it's one of those things where I can only shrug at, because I think it's so human for Hermione to, you know, to be like this. All right. So I think that I might be over-egging the fact that she is feels bad or ashamed or is worried about Ron and Harry, what they might say to her. When I was reading the audiobook, which apparently is an okay term to use, I was thinking that it's purely because she's terrified of Ron and Hermione being mean to her when she just did what she felt like she had to do. But it also has to be the fact that she is incredibly overworked as well, though. So I probably did look a little bit too much into it. Woods is bloody hilarious in this chapter, guys, which is never something which I would have expected. He's absolutely brilliant, in fact. Woods has a plan to overcome the Dementors, and he like heavily suggests that that it was Harry that let the team down last time, which I mean, it kind of was. I don't know, guys. I did worry posting my last one that maybe I came off as being a little bit too bitter about the Gryffindor thing, but I can see where Woods is coming from, especially as someone like Woods who only sees Quidditch. Everything else is completely irrelevant to him. In fact, we got a great line coming up. And when Harry like says that him and Lupin have a plan to sort out, Woods there says, "I really didn't want to lose you as Seeker." So it sounds like he was actually possibly suggesting actually replacing Harry. That's what I got from that line anyway. And I really didn't want to lose you as Seeker. It's very interesting. So Harry explains the Black situation to Woods just like that, which is so strange, guys. It really is. And Woods, again, his life is purely about Quidditch. He almost like he doesn't hear the stuff about Black. It says that he waves aside the fact that a famous murderer was after his Seeker. Just amazing, amazing term. And Woods tries to convince himself that there is no danger, like Ron and Harry always do. And he just keeps on saying a firebolt. when he finds out about the firebolt, he's like, a firebolt? And like every other sentence, he's like, a firebolt? It's like he must say it like around 8 times in this short scene, which is amazing. So Woods is great here. So Hagrid has another care for magical animals lesson, kind of lesson. It's basically he's got like a massive bonfire, and all these salamanders are walking around it who they love the flames and everything. So that sounds like a cool lesson. That does actually sound like a very cool lesson, especially as it's quite cold. I think it's January. Of course, it's January at this point. Yes. Trelawney's. Trelawney is teaching palmistry, which is a term which I've never heard before. But when you're reading the palms and everything, palmistry. It's definitely a new one on me. And apparently has told Harry that he has the shortest life that she's ever read in a palm, which is a little bit crazy, but that's Trelawney for you. Lupin is actually teaching Harry the Patronus spell in the History of Magic room, which is really cool, guys. I don't want to say anything about it, but there's an aspect about the History of Magic classroom on Hogwarts Legacy which I love. So yeah, it's a really nice little detail about the room, you know what? It makes a lot of sense as well. So yeah, in the movie it was. I feel like in the movie it's Dumbledore's office. You know what? I just realised I actually haven't rechecked those scenes. I need to go and do that now. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I didn't need to go and rewatch the scenes that I covered. Not that there were many in this chapter, just because it's important that so I don't make too many mistakes. I will still make mistakes, unfortunately, in these videos. But it definitely helps a lot for me to like rewatch exactly what was different in the movie. So yes, the lessons with Lupin are actually in the History of Magic lesson rather than Dumbledore's office. Ron questions what's actually wrong with Lupin, which you'd imagine they probably would have had this conversation a few times before. And Hermione, who's just like behind them, she's not with them, but it's just like I think they're leaving the classroom at the same time, like tuts loudly. And she says, isn't it obvious to Ron as she like walks away. So does that mean that she's actually already worked? I mean, obviously she is the one who works out in the movie, but wow, man. But the problem is they're not talking. That's the real issue here, is the fact that they're not talking. But maybe Hermione has actually sussed it out already. Yeah, but then again, that doesn't necessarily mean. I mean, she it's not like it's something that she needs to that she feels the need to tell people, because Lupin isn't an immediate threat to anyone. You know, obviously, that will probably change down the line. Obviously, you know, the moment where she actually tells them in the movies, obviously a very critical moment like that. But yeah, it's very interesting that it does seem that she's already worked out. I've got down here, is this the longest time they've ever been? They've fallen out with each other. You know, Ron, Hermione, and Ron, Harry, and Hermione, if you know what I mean. And it definitely is, guys, because like I say, it's over a month. It's over a month that they're really just not talking, and like, you know, at the end of it, it doesn't, you know, it definitely doesn't end well either. It's not nice seeing Hermione being almost treated like an outcast, but she's not, though. This is the thing, she's also just really bloody busy as well, and so Lupin found a Boggart inside Filch's locker, because obviously the previous Boggart was actually destroyed by Neville, and so whereas in the movie it just like goes back in its box, Neville actually destroyed it, or at least believed he destroyed it. I guess that there is that, but yes, Lupin was able to find another one inside Filch's locker, which kind of makes sense. I would imagine those lockers have some pretty messed up things in. I mean, you know, the Marauders map as well, of course. When Lupin is explaining what the Patronus is, and like says it's this thing which will defend you and everything, Harry imagines himself standing behind like a Hagrid-sized figure holding a large club, and I'd listened to that I think 3 times to understand that it's the figure that's standing in front of him that has the club. Because in my head, for some reason, I was imagining Harry holding a club behind this massive figure, which makes no sense. So yeah, the Patronus doesn't actually damage Dementors, does it? It almost feeds them, right? Because obviously Dementors take positive energy out of people, and Patronus doesn't have negative energy, so it is essentially just feeding them until it's actually goes full-blown Patronus. You know, where you actually make it so it actually is able to push the Dementors back, as Lupin does explain. Harry tries say just oh my goodness, what the Patronus. Expecto Patronum. There we go. A couple of times, and like a little wisp of silver comes out of his wand. So he's actually really excited about it in the book. He's actually he's almost he's very childlike in his excitement of this new spell, which he probably shouldn't be doing at this age. Because Lupin really is Lupin after I think Harry's first attempt and Harry blacking out. I think then Lupin in the book definitely seems like, oh, well, hang on, maybe I probably shouldn't be doing this, you know? Probably more as James' friend more than being a professor, you know? He's thinking, I'm pushing James and Lily's son pretty far here. But that's the interpretation that I got from the book version of the scene, anyway. Harry starts to worry about hearing his mother again. Yeah, no, this is a beautiful line, guys, and this is something which I really don't think is explored. Well, no, it's not explored in the movie because you don't hear Lily's scream, do you? In fact, you hear a train horn when Harry's first blacked out from the Dementor inside the train, and in the movie version of the lesson that Lupin's giving him. When he blacks out, you hear the train horn again. Train whistle, I should say, again, which is very interesting. Obviously, you know, the Lily's scream and everything, and James's here as well. It's a really nice aspect of it, which is lost in the movie, where Harry is terrified of hearing his mother and father's screams, but part of him wants it to happen. Because he wants to hear it. So the line is, Harry's worried about hearing his mother again. He didn't want to hear it again, or did he? And so there is that part of his mind which is going to allow the Boggart dementor to be able to knock him out. So it's very difficult for Harry to actually do this spell, which is very difficult for anyone, because in a sense he actually wants the despair that these things makes him feel. Man, it's good. It's a brilliant aspect of it, guys. Completely missing from the movie. The dementor makes the room around Harry dissolve. And so this is what I was talking about, my batophobia rant at the start of the video, guys. How the dementor can actually... Sorry, well, the Boggart, but the dementor as well, is able to change what you see around you. And so if you have fear of heights, the Boggart could make you think that you are on top of a big building. It's not like the Boggart is... It's not that the Boggart is turning into the thing that you fear. It is making that thing appear. And so it's not like... The Boggart doesn't have to turn into like a big tall building, which you're on top of. The Boggart makes you think that you are on top of a tall building, which is an aspect of the Boggarts which I didn't expect would be the case until now. And so it's nice to have that confirmed. And so batophobia and fear of heights absolutely could be a Boggart thing that it could do, as it changes, the area around you, and presumably, it changes for everyone else as well. And so if you are scared of heights and you're standing, if someone is standing next to someone who's scared of heights and the Boggart is using its powers on him, then around you as well you will start to see this this tall building, right? I feel like that's right. But yeah, so whenever the Boggart is making Harry see this fear, it's actually making him remember the rainstorm where he came off during the Hufflepuff game. He feels like he's falling with these dark clouds around him. I believe this is right. I believe that is actually what's happening. And so the Boggart is making him remember coming off his broom in the game against Hufflepuff. I believe. I think that's what's going on here, because he keeps on talking about the dark clouds that are around him. It's very interesting. The Boggarts and Dementors, they'd make a good team, wouldn't they? Like, Dementors Dementors would probably love Boggarts to be infesting Azkaban, right? I mean, the thing is with Boggarts is that their deal is all defensive, from what I can gather, and so the Boggarts wouldn't be particularly happy about it, but they wouldn't be unhappy about it from what I could see. But the Dementors would absolutely, it's like easy access to people's despairs. They don't even have to try. Yeah, they need to get some Boggarts to Azkaban, is what I'm saying. Lupin hands Harry a chocolate frog. Now this is interesting, guys, because when Lupin gave him the chocolate in the train, it was because a Dementor attacked him. And when Pomfrey was told about the Dementor, she was glad to hear that Lupin had given them chocolate. But this isn't a Dementor. It's very important to remember, guys, that this is not a Dementor in this scene. This is a Boggart. And so I presume then chocolate just puts people at ease. Magic chocolate. Magic world chocolate. There we go. That's probably best way of putting it, or at least refocuses your mind, much like a dog treat with dogs. It just like it's like a restart switch, and so yeah, that's interesting that chocolate is also the solve for a Boggart effect. I keep going to say attack, guys. From what I can gather, it's certainly not an attack. So Harry, like, when Lupin is like saying, maybe this is a bad idea, maybe we shouldn't be doing this, Harry brings up the next Quidditch match, which is so Harry, and that's something that is completely not in the movie at all. I mean, the next Quidditch match isn't even remarked on at all in the movie, but the fact that it's, oh man. It's not about Sirius Black, it's not about the Dementors, it is about the next Quidditch match that Harry is most thinking about. And so that is such a Harry thing, This book really is about Harry wanting to be a normal student but isn't being allowed to be, And that really comes across in the book so much more than the movie. So yeah, so that's the reason why he says that he wants to continue after failing to do the Patronus spell after like the first couple of times. Harry actually doesn't tell Lupin what his memory is. In the movie, Lupin like asks him what the memory was. And when Harry like tells him it was his first time flying, Lupin almost is like, well, he's not angry, but he's like, well, that's not good enough. Whereas in this, Lupin at no point asks at all what the memory is. I think at one point he says you're probably going to need to choose a better one, but at no point does Harry actually say what what those memories are. And so, yeah, Lupin's reaction to finding out that it's the first time on a broom. I mean, the thing is, Lupin is from a magical family, and so he probably doesn't understand how big that would actually be to Harry. But then again, the memory obviously isn't working. But yeah, for someone who has essentially lived a muggle life, finding out that you can do this, that's going to be so much of a more bigger thing than, say, like Ron being on the broom for the first time, or Lupin. Actually, I don't know what Lupin's parents were. I presume that they're magic folk. Wow, I have no idea. I have no idea about Lupin's parents. That'll be an interesting bit of trivia right there. But yes, I like the fact that he doesn't actually ask specifically what the spell is. What the memory is, I apologize. Harry. Oh yes. So after a few attempts with the Boggart, Harry starts to hear James like warning Lily to get out of here because Voldemort is coming. And it's a really nice moment actually, because like that time where Harry comes around, he's kind of distraught. He has tears in his eyes, and he like says that he heard his father. For the first time ever hearing James's voice at this point. Obviously, he's had memories of Lily's voice, but this is the first time he's actually ever heard his father's voice. There's a big moment for him, and he's pretending to like do up his shoelaces to hide the fact that he's crying from Lupin. And Lupin says, "You heard James." Obviously, is this the first time that we learned that that Lupin knew James? I don't think it is, because the thing is, in the movie we had that lovely scene on the bridge. Where Lupin says that he knew James, but also knew Lily extremely well as well. Whereas in the book, we don't get any of that. We do have the scene in what I believe was Lupin's office when they're having tea. I don't know how much James was brought up in that. He may have been. I mean, in the movie version, there's a really nice line where when Harry successfully pushes the Boggart back into the box, which is not something that actually happens here. Not completely, because Lupin has to put it back in the box afterwards. Lupin like says, "I think you would have given your dad a run for his money," and that's saying something. It's a really nice line. It's really like bigging up James, you know, and Harry, of course. And so it's a nice movie line. I don't know if that's going to be in the book, but I'm pretty certain it wasn't in these chapters at least. Anyway, but that's going forward though. Back here, Harry is still failing, and like I say, Lupin is saying over that he really shouldn't be doing it, and it almost sounds like Lupin is now actually worried about, okay, this was actually a bad idea doing this. But you know, Harry obviously wants to push on with it, with the reason that he gives because of the Quidditch match. Which is so, it just seems like movie Harry's so different. I don't think that he would go that far, you know. Maybe Philosopher's Stone and Chamber of Secrets Harry? No, I don't think he would. I think that Harry in the movies would see the bigger picture, whereas this is a lot more of a realistic Harry, just wanting to be a normal wizard kid. And all these things stopping him from being able to do it. In this case, the Dementors. So yes, he does actually get more and more successful at doing it. He actually starts to be able to do it without passing out. And like after like I definitely jumped forward here because I've missed all this stuff about wood. Oh no, that's after this. Okay, yeah, no, in the lesson, Harry does do a bit better with the Boggart. I think this might be the second lesson, in fact. And as Lupin is putting the Boggart back in its box, Harry does notice that it's turned into the silver orb again, which is awesome. That's awesome, because it's in the movie, guys. I did not pick up on it at all. The fact that it was I didn't even notice that Lupin's Boggart was even a thing. I think that I don't know, maybe I was making a note of something, which is something which I am guilty of, I'm afraid. But it's really cool that that's like a little reference to what's to come. Yeah, so after like a pretty successful attempt, Lupin gives him a large bar of Honeyduke's best chocolate, and says to eat it all, or Pomfrey will be after his blood, which is amazing. So yeah, I do question what the chocolate actually is doing, because I thought it was the counter to the Dementors. It's like a happy memory, you know. It's like smell of freshly cut grass, you know. But this isn't a Dementor that we're dealing with here. It is a Boggart specifically, and so it's interesting. It's interesting. I want to know exactly what it is that the chocolate is actually doing, and if it is magic or if it's just, yeah, like I say, a happy memory, which is obviously something that can counter a Dementor, but not so much a Boggart, from what I could gather. So yeah, as like Lupin is like packing away, and I think he's like relighting the candles that the Dementor had distinguished. Harry straight up like says that if you knew my father, then did you know that would mean that you know Sirius Black? And Lupin straight away like turns around and not angrily, but like accusingly, like says, "Why would you think that?" Nice, because in the movie at this point we would know why he would think that. But it's nice that even here Lupin is still trying to, play kayfabe and keep everything undercover, you know. And yeah, it's interesting that so many people still think that Harry doesn't know that Black would had any association with James. But actually, it's not that much of a stretch, actually. Yeah, I really appreciate the catch-22 that Harry is in with the Boggart's Dementor, where he actually does want to hear his parents' voice, even if it's harrowing. It's a connection that no one else can really understand, because it's a connection that you should have. You should be able to remember what your parents sounded like, but Harry has nigh on no memory of it at all. It's a very nice catch-22. And so because of that, after he leaves the class, he finishes off his chocolate at the foot of a suit of armor, I believe it is. And he starts saying to himself, they're dead. And listening to the echoes of them won't bring them back. It's blooming harsh, guys. And in fact, the next line is even harsher. He says, you had better get a grip of yourself if you want to win the Quidditch Cup. So he's trying to... Oh my goodness, that's dark, guys. And that's something which, as a reader, it's hard to comprehend. But that's the point, though, Because Harry understands that what he's seeing and hearing is not real. And he is so determined to... Because he probably still feels bad about what happened in the previous game. Especially with Woods around, making him feel bad. That he wants to, help his team, get back in this again. And so the fact that he's telling himself that his parents are dead and that, listening to echoes won't bring them back, it's heartbreaking, guys. It can't just be for the Quidditch game, but that is the reason that he gives for why he wants to get this working better. So Hermione's definitely starting to show strain at this point with all the classes. She's looking like very tired and everything. In fact, I think later on, or maybe in the next chapter, oh no, it's later on in this chapter, Harry actually remarks that she's starting to look much like Lupin does, like completely exhausted and everything. It says that Hermione could be seen in the common room with work spread out. It's sad, guys. I don't like one of the trifecta not being a part of the team, And the way that Harry's mind sees it as she could be seen in the common room. It's not like, oh man, it's sad. It almost feels like out of character for Harry, but you have to remember, guys, how important Quidditch is to him. And Hermione, in his mind, has just taken away the absolute cheat code, which will mean victory. I'm not going to beat around it, guys. We will go to the next chapter. They basically say, oh cool, we're going to win now. Because he's been given this very expensive bit of equipment. I don't want to rant too much about Quidditch, guys, because I feel like I did enough of that last time, but there's certain aspects of it which just feel, if that was real life, guys, and it was basically a pay-to-win thing at school, sure, if it's outside the school, that's fine, but at school, it's basically teaching kids who can't afford anything that they will never amount to anything. That's how I see Quidditch, guys! Oh my goodness. I'm going to cause an argument now, so let's move on. Seriously, there's a line about how Ravenclaw all have clean sweep 7s. It sounds snobbish. It sounds snobbish when the person says that. Oh, they've got clean sweep 7s of paupers. That is essentially what they're saying. Anyway, don't get angry, Veggie. Calm down. Right, let's continue. This is going to be a long one again. So like I say, Hermione has all her work spread out on the tables and everything, and she's got diagrams of muggles lifting heavy objects, which is fantastic. It's so bizarre that Hermione's doing this, because obviously she knows it all, but she wants to learn everything, knows that that's just how she is. But yeah, diagrams of muggles lifting heavy objects. Now, is that putting muggles over for being able to use physical strength to achieve things? Because obviously physical strength is a lot less important in the wizarding world. And so I hope, because most of these things are putting, when we hear about Muggle studies, it sounds like it's almost putting them down and mocking them, you know? I can't remember, it's either in this chapter or in the next chapter where we hear, oh no, it is this chapter where we hear about an essay that Hermione's writing, called Explain What, the question is, explain why Muggles need electricity. That is a derogatory way of putting it, guys. Why not say how Muggles use electricity? Or how it was created? Because you're talking about someone who doesn't have an ability to do something, overcoming it with technology. And so to say, explain why Muggles need electricity. I mean, we don't need electricity. There's people now who live without electricity. And so it seems like a derogatory question. To me, it seems like a derogatory question. Which I know is probably not the case, because at least one of the Muggle Studies teachers, who we see briefly in Deathly Hallows 1, I believe it is. She is a big supporter of Muggles. Not as much as Arthur. I don't know. I don't think Arthur would put that question, explain why Muggles need electricity. Because we don't need electricity, guys. We don't need electricity to live. And so I feel like there's more positive ways of putting it. That's basically what I'm getting at. I'm making no sense. This is the problem. I get like tiny little details and I get way too focused on them, guys. But the way that essay title is, it seems strange to me. So yes, I would imagine that the diagram of Muggles lifting heavy objects is kind of like, look at these guys. They do this to do what we do in such an easy way, and yet they have been able to achieve it through physical strength. I presume that's what it is. We hear about Professor Vector, and when I wanted to see if I'd seen Professor Vector before, because I'm pretty sure I hadn't. When I typed in Professor Vector, guys, it comes up with a Nintendo game. It comes up with 2 Nintendo games. One of them which I've heard of, of course, Gyromite, or Gyromate, I think it is, which I've heard of before, but also Stack Up. They're 2 of the very, very, very early Nintendo games, and in them you play as a character called Professor Vector. And so that was interesting, but apparently at Hogwarts, Professor Vector is the Arthromancy teacher, which we hear a little bit about later on. We hear about Ernie. Apparently, Hufflepuff Ernie, of course, Ernie Macmillan. Ernie had told Ron that Hermione had never missed a Muggle Studies class. Ron's starting to work out that there's something going on here. Much like, to be fair, in the movie, it's always Ron who's like, How did she get here? Like that. And so here, Ron is actually starting to suss what's going on. It's interesting that Ron is asking... I don't know if he asked Ernie about Hermione. Actually, this is interesting. I presume that Ron asked Ernie about Hermione. Because why would Ernie be telling... Why would Ernie be telling Ron about the fact that Hermione had never missed a Muggle study class? Which would suggest that Ron was asking after her, asking Ernie how she's getting on, which is nice, guys, because that to me suggests that he still cares for her. We've had a lot of hints already, the fact that there is affection in these books, and that's only just dawned on me, the fact that Ernie said to Ron that Hermione hadn't missed any Muggle studies classes. Why? Why would Ernie say that unless Ron had asked? Love is in the air, guys. Even in the brutal state their friendship is in, it gets worse though, as you know. So yes, Ron is definitely working out that there's something shifty going on. So Woods comes back to Harry, having spoken to McGonagall, and says that McGonagall got all shirty with Woods, and said that he seems to think that he cares more about winning the cup than about Harry staying alive. This would have been a funny scene in the movie, guys, because Wood is barely in the movies. He gets a few lines here and there, but very straight, nothing really to him character. Here, he is blooming hilarious. He's almost like a Percy here, like oblivious to the real struggle that Harry is going through at this point, and McGonagall as well. I would have loved to see this scene between McGonagall and Woods, actually. That would have been amazing. And McGonagall's saying about the fact that the broom could have a jinx on it, and Wood blooming straight up says, I don't care if the broom throws you off, just as long as you catch the snitch first. I mean, I get the impression that he is just so focused on the cup now. He doesn't even realise what he just said was bad. Because what he just said was very, very bad. And he says, the way that she looked at me, you'd think you'd have thought I'd said something terrible. It was amazing. One of the funniest characters out of nowhere. Out of absolutely nowhere. He actually does an impression of McGonagall, which is amazing. Yeah, Woods is blooming hilarious in this scene, guys. Part of me, that almost makes me want him to win the House Cup, but which I presume he's going to, guys. Obviously, I don't know. But, going on the game in the next chapter, I don't think Slytherin are going to stand a chance, because I presume the final will be against Slytherin, right? It must be. Of course it is. It doesn't make any sense that it's a final. You play each team, and then there's a final. That's not how leagues work, guys. It's like you play 3 games, and then you play a game again against one of the teams that you've just beat. Well, one of the teams that you've beaten. It seems very odd. I presume points carry over into the final. No, they wouldn't be able to. I guess we'll find out. I guess we will find out. Harry won't buy a Nimbus. Oh yeah, so Harry, I think Ron suggests, or maybe Woods in fact suggests, and I think it is Ron, suggests that Harry should buy a Nimbus 2001, just like Draco has. And Harry, ridiculously says that he won't get anything that Malfoy thinks is good. That's petty, guys. It really is, and that's why I like about it. We talked about it ever since the first book, guys. How much rent-free Draco lives in Harry's mind. That's taking it to a whole new level. That's essentially Harry saying that I am willing to lose the next game. Considering how much he was, he's just telling himself that his parents are dead over and over again to try and help him win, but he's not willing to get a Nimbus 2001 because maybe he was half joking. because that is ridiculous. Anyway, Harry is talking to McGonagall after every single lesson with her, asking her about the broom and everything, and she says, "Stop badgering me," which I took as a personal insult, guys. Although, to be fair, I did use that term later on as well. But yes, you'd think that would be it. No, it wouldn't. I was going to say maybe that would be a term that she should be using, but it's absolutely fine. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Fourth Patronus lesson. So yes, Hermione has been out of the loop for over a month now, which is heartbreaking, guys. Lupin offers Harry a drink after a particularly successful rebuttal of a Boggart, and says, "I've got you something here you wouldn't have tried before." And Harry excitedly says, "Oh, butterbeer! Yeah, I really like that." Just, a dumb mistake. I don't know if Lupin was trying to trick him. I doubt it. If Dumbledore was doing that, I would say that he was trying to trick him, but I don't think. I don't know. Well, maybe. Although Lupin does look a little bit suspicious when Harry does say it, and quick as a flash, Harry says that that Hermione and Ron had brought him some, which is that's actually very quick, considering he's pretty much exhausted at this point, having done another Patronus lesson. So as they're having their beer, Harry asks Lupin what Dementors have under their hoods. And I've got here, what does a Scotsman have under his kilt? Which is a lead into a joke, guys. I actually don't know the punchline, but I know that is a lead into a joke. But yes. So yes, what Dementors have under their hoods. And we find out that the Dementors' kiss is an actual kiss. There's actual contact, guys. And so there's no... I was going to do something strange there, but, there's no, like, path of the soul being taken out, from an open mouth. It's lips on lips. I can understand why they changed that from the movie version. I do understand that. But yes, we find out that it's actually proper actual contact. It's very interesting that Lupin explains that you can live without a soul. So it's essentially like a lobotomy, which is something horrendous. Where the person is still alive, but they're like a husk now. I'm not sure if that's the case in the movie. I can't remember that conversation where we find out exactly what the Dementors do, but I'm pretty sure that the Dementors just kill you. Right? I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure, but here is explained that you do stay alive. Horrible. Like I say, like essentially a lobotomy. So on his way back to the Commons room, Harry literally bumps into McGonagall, who gives him the Firebolt back, says that it's absolutely... I presume that she was on her way to give it to Harry. And she smiles as she gives it to him. Because the fact is, McGonagall knows exactly how much it would have meant to Harry. And, movie McGonagall would have probably made it a lot more visibly apparent and verbally apparent that she kind of feels bad for taking off Harry, much like she does when she turns down Harry's chance to go to Hogsmeade. Whereas Book McGonagall, it definitely is better at putting up a front of I'm in charge, this is what I'm telling you, live with it, but does still have the ability to feel sorrow and feel bad for Harry. Apparently Snape has been mentioning to McGonagall how Gryffindor will be out of the running for the 8th time in a row. Out of the running. Yeah, that term confused me a little bit, I must admit. I presume that means that they will not be in the final. But that's not out of the running, though, is it? Yeah, out of the running is a strange term, guys. It makes it suggest that there's a lot more still to go, Whereas it's essentially knockouts at this point, right? No, because Ravenclaw are getting knocked all over. No, because Ravenclaw destroyed Hufflepuff, didn't they? So at this point, it is essentially knockout, isn't it? If Gryffindor win, they go to the final. If Ravenclaw win, they go to the final. I feel like I'm still missing the point. I need to read the blooming History of Quidditch book, guys. It's one of the things which was sent to me in the latest unboxing video. include it along with Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. There you go. All the answers are going to be in here. Well, I know, because this is Quidditch, the sport, not the Hogwarts league table. That's going to be completely different. So unless there's actually like a Hogwarts section, oh my goodness. Unless there's like a Hogwarts section, then it probably won't cover that. We shall see. We shall see when we get to it. Either way, I have lost my place yet again. But we're getting far through. We're getting deep into into this chapter though. Okay, so yeah, as soon as Harry gets the firebolt back, and like Ron sees that he's got the firebolt back, they instantly say, "Okay, let's go make up with Hermione," which is amazing. I really like that. The fact that they couldn't make peace until, I guess it's that they couldn't make peace until they were proven right, or if Hermione was proven right. If Hermione was right and there was a jinx on it, then obviously Harry and Ron would put their hands up and say, "Okay, you're right. Sorry, we doubted you." So, but whilst the discussion and the confusion is still up, they would not be friendly to it. It's horrible. And so, yeah, they basically say, "Okay, let's stop giving Hermione a hard time now." As soon as they get the firebolt back, just so teenagery, I love it. Ron says that she's in the common room working for a change, which is so. I love the sarcasm. For a change. I love it. I don't know if "for a change" is a term outside the UK, but that was quite funny. I can't imagine people saying "for a change" in other accents. I do feel like it is a British thing. So Cadogan is like chastising Neville, like I say, and tells Harry and Ron to arrest him for trying to break into the common room. Like I say, Neville has lost his list with all the passwords written down on. We will discuss the password system at the end of the next chapter, guys, because I'm furious at it. I'm furious at McGonagall for it, and I'm certainly not furious at Neville for it. That's my opinion. It's a stupid system, and considering this magic involved and everything like that, and the fact that, well, no, because the thing is, yeah, I was gonna say the paintings know what people look like, but then we have the potion that makes you look different. So yeah, polyjuice potion. There we go. Blum neck. That was well pulled. So yes, Harry then is like showing off the firebolt again, and we here shouldn't say Ravenclaw will have no chance. Now that's not just a confident thing, guys. That is basically that's confirmation. And then they say they only have clean sweeps 7s. I'm sorry, guys. That is snobbery. This is a snobbish sport. This is a sport where basically the people who can afford it will have a massive advantage over people of the same ability. It's there in black and white, guys. Harry no longer needs to be good at Quidditch. He doesn't need to be as good as he is anymore, because he has a cheat code. We find out that his broom is much faster than the other Seeker, who we shall discuss. I was not expecting that. That was awesome. It's a rich person's sport. If you can afford it, you are better than everyone else. So to anyone who's at Hogwarts whose family are struggling at all, I'm not. You know what? Let's move on. Let's move on, guys. It would be fine if it wasn't at a school. It would be fine if it wasn't at a school. That's all I'm saying. So Harry had like a friendly smile when he tells Hermione that the broom was all fine, but then Ron immediately says, "See, told you that there was nothing wrong with it," which is so Ron. But I do like Ron doesn't know how to stop himself talking sometimes. I'm sure that in his heart he's also as happy and wants to be friends with Hermione as much as Harry, but Harry's just a little bit more political at doing it. Yes, Hermione's Muggle essay about the need for electricity, we've already covered that. This is where we hear that apparently Hermione is looking as tired as Lupin. Which is amazing. Not having a fun time at all. She's really not, guys. And again, this is not something that we get the smallest sniff of at all in the movie. Hermione's just absolutely just bossing it, and she's able to do much more than everyone else. She has the Firebolt personality that just makes you better than everyone else. You know what I mean? I really like movie Hermione. I really do. But book Hermione is having to try very, very hard, incredibly hard, to achieve what she wants. Movie Hermione is not. There we go. That I feel like is a... there we go. That is, I think, what I've been trying to get across in these chapters, guys. Movie Hermione isn't having to try. She's having to try as much as Harry has to try in the next Quidditch match, which is not a lot. I really hope I don't come off as being nasty, guys. I worry that my Hufflepuffness... I do feel like my Hufflepuff pride makes me see this story from a different light. And I acknowledge that, guys. A few years ago, quite a few years ago now, in fact, I'm an LA Rams fan. There's a St. Louis Rams helmet there. They moved. And there was a famous game. I feel like it was in the knockouts, in fact, leading up to a Super Bowl. It was the Rams versus the Saints, New Orleans Saints. And right at the end, I think that there was a Rams player tackled a receiver. I think very early, which is you're not allowed to do. I feel like this is what happened. And the refs didn't call it. And it was universally said to be an absolute disgrace. In fact, some people think that there was actually shenanigans going on. It was such a bad call. The fact that this Rams player got away with a tackle that he absolutely shouldn't have done. And that's then led towards the end. I'm not saying that that's the reason that the Rams won, because it's obviously not. There's a million reasons why the Rams won. But it did lead into the end of the game where the Rams won. And Saints fans were absolutely furious at it. And this was the first time that I really realised that bias... We're all biased, guys. In politics, in media, and everything like that, people always try to suggest that everyone else is biased and we're the ones who are right. No. Literally everyone on the planet is biased. And that Rams game was the moment where I absolutely processed the fact that I am literally seeing something different than other people because I'm biased. Because I swear to God, maybe if I watched it now, it'd be different. But at the time, I literally didn't see anything wrong with what the player did. That can only be put down to the fact that I was a Rams fan and I was allowing myself to think that. And so I do worry sometimes that when I'm talking about Harry and the Quidditch matches, movie Hermione, I feel like is the case here as well. It's a bit of bias. Definitely with Harry and the Quidditch matches. I can feel it. I can feel it in me. You know, getting... Whilst I was listening to the end of the next chapter, guys, I was actually starting to get really quite annoyed with the celebration. I really was. And that is because I am Hufflepuff, not Gryffindor. And so, sorry about my little rant about the Rams there, guys, but it was the day where I thought, okay, I can absolutely see that I can watch that footage and think that there's nothing wrong with it, with the tackle. But there was something wrong with it. We're all biased, guys. We are all biased, and so it's very important to acknowledge that. And so that's why I say sorry if I do come off as being a little bit mean to these Gryffindors sometimes. Obviously, a lot of the time I'm playing it up, but then sometimes I do feel like I'm just actually coming off as being a bit rude about... the Firebolt thing is a good example, quite frankly. Doobie-doobie-doo. Oh, we're down to my last note. Harry suggests dropping some lessons. It suggests, Arthromancy can't be a fun lesson to do, and Hermione like instantly says, no, that's my favourite. She looks horrified. When Harry suggests dropping subjects, she looks mortified at even the suggestion of it. Bless her. That's what I love about book Hermione, guys. And again, you'd never get that in the movie. She'd probably just be quite condescending to Harry if Harry said that to movie Hermione. Maybe he did. I don't think he did. And then we got the whole thing with Scabbers, guys. Ron comes flying into the room with a bedsheet with blood on and like some ginger whiskers, and it's basically saying that that straight up Crookshanks has killed and eaten Scabbers, which is such a throwaway line in the movie, guys. It's like a transition scene where if you blink you missed it, you know, where Hermione's like, oh, man, she just seems unpleasant she's like completely ignoring the fact that Ron thinks that Crookshanks may have killed Scabbers, which is a legitimate theory. What happened? And we'll talk about it when Harry even suggests that the evidence is not pointing in a good direction for that Hermione, and Hermione blooming snaps at Harry in the book. Whereas in the movie, it seems like she doesn't. If it turned out that Scabbers did get killed by Crookshanks, I don't think movie Hermione would have cared. I don't. I actually don't. And we'll get into it where Hermione completely breaks down in tears and runs away when she starts to realise that it is a real possibility that Crookshanks did. But it's that one scene, guys. It's them walking out of the clock tower, you know, with the big pendulum, into the courtyard, and Hermione's like, lovely day, like that, and Ron's like saying, oh, lovely day for a rat to get killed, something like that, and she's just completely ignoring it. Movie Hermione can seem a little bit unpleasant at times, guys. I don't like saying that because I really like movie Hermione, I really do. Book Hermione is so much more relatable. That's my thing. That's my thing. Anyway, that's my thoughts on that. That's my thoughts on this chapter. This is going to be a bumper video. Let's move on to the third and final chapter that we'll be covering today. Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. Okay, so I will warn you now, guys. This summary is a bit petulant. This is written by me, remember? Okay, so I warn you now. Hermione and Ron finish. Hermione and Ron's friendship is now in tatters. Fred and George try to comfort Ron, but about the loss of Scabbers, but it sure doesn't work. It sure doesn't work. Harry offers him a go on the Firebolt after practice, which does seem to brighten Ron's mood somewhat. Harry brings the Firebolt to practice and learns that Ravenclaw will be playing Cho-Chan as their Seeker. Practice starts and it is... Okay, here we go. Practice starts and it is confirmed that Firebolt will definitely mean Gryffindor will win the match. Harry and Ron stay afterwards to try out the Firebolt some more. It is dark when they return to the castle. Harry thinks he sees the Grim in the shadows, but it turns out to be Crookshanks. Harry brings the Firebolt to the Great Hall, and Cedric and Penelope tell him that Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw think that it is 100% fair, and that he is much better than everyone now. There is a reason why I say that, guys. I feel like it's very interesting that it just happens to be a Hufflepuff and a Ravenclaw who are basically saying, nice work, Harry! We think it's great! Slithering table's furious. Though, during all. Anyway. See, with my petulance, I now have lost my place. it's just about there's one Hufflepuff and one Ravenclaw. Anyway. Okay, it doesn't get any better. Right. Gryffindor easily win the game against Ravenclaw. Harry he had fought off a group of Dementors, but it turns out to have been Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, and Flint. Everyone tells Harry how brilliant he is. Harry insists Hermione joins in and telling him how great he is. Okay, that's unfair. That he doesn't do that. But he is basically telling her that she should stop work and come and celebrate the game that he won easily. I'm sorry. That's it for the petulance now. But she says that Ron wouldn't want her to which Ron confirms bitterly. Ron wakens everyone in the night screaming, saying he saw Sirius Black in the dorm with a knife. Everyone starts to flow down into the common room, and as McGonagall angrily arrives and asks what's going on, Ron tells her to ask Cadogan if anyone had entered, and it turns out that the invader had found the password written down by Neville, which we will get to, guys. I don't blame Neville here. I feel like this is going to be... I know that, incredibly, which is not something which I expected at all, I know that Neville could be quite a derisive character in some people's thoughts. But I think that the system was so bad. Such a stupid system. Passwords were not the answer here. Passwords were absolutely blooming not the answer. Anyway, we'll get to that when we get to it. We now had to talk about how Ron is now the best player on the planet because he has an expensive bit of equipment. Okay, so yeah, it looks like Ron and Hermione's friendship is completely destroyed. It's actually really sad to see it in this state, guys. It really is. Hermione is still... I feel like Hermione is telling herself that Ron has been prejudiced against Crookshanks ever since the pet store incident. But I do feel like Hermione is incredibly loyal to Crookshanks in exactly the same way that Hagrid is incredibly loyal to Buckbeak and any other of his creatures. That's the comparison which I literally just dawned on me now, guys. But Hermione is to Crookshanks what Hagrid is to any of his dangerous creatures. So there you go. And as soon as Harry, very logically says, well, I mean, the evidence does kind of look like it could have been Crookshanks. Could have been Crookshanks. She angrily says that she knew that Harry was going to take Ron's side, just like with the Firebolt, and says, everything's my fault. Oh, God. And she says, just leave me alone, Harry. I've got a lot of work to do. And so she's... Oh, man, it's sad, guys. It's really upsetting. This is my issue with the movie scene, guys. The fact that it's just this one little scene where they're just walking across. And they could be talking about anything. And Ron doesn't even... you know what? I'll say this. Ron doesn't seem that upset either. He's like, oh, my blooming rat got eaten. Whereas here, he's genuinely upset. To the point where he says something brutal to someone who we know he blooming cares about. Hermione. He says something bloody horrible to her to try and upset her at the end of this chapter, guys. Towards the end of this chapter. And so Ron is definitely very, very upset in the book. In the movie, it almost seems like he doesn't really care. Oh man, I don't want these videos to just be a movie rant, guys, because I love the movie so much. Particularly Prisoner of Azkaban's bloody brilliant, guys. But yeah, anyway, Fred and George are trying to cheer Ron up, but in the worst possible way ever. They're basically saying, you rubbish rat, and you said it yourself. You just ate and slept around all day. Fred and George is. I mean, you think about, with Ginny, how they would, kind of wind Ginny up with what happened in Chamber of Secrets and everything, and in Chamber of Secrets with Harry, where they say, make way for the heir of Slytherin and everything like that, They have good intentions. My God, they're not helping in this situation, They really, like say, just go get yourself another rat. Why moan? It's yeah. Ah, man. I know, the thing is, they definitely have good intentions. And I can understand why Percy would be pulling his hair out, being related to those two, particularly Percy, and Ron, quite frankly. Ginny is there. Ginny's really not been in this book much, but Ginny is there, telling them to stop it and everything, because they are being pretty and so yeah, they're essentially saying that Scabbers was useless, and then Ron Plumman brings up the time where Scabbers attacked Goyle, bit his finger, I think it was, and Fred says his finest hour. It's amazing. And yeah, that is when Fred tells him to get another rat, and what's the point of moaning? Okay, I'm sorry, that is very different from saying stop moaning. What's the point of moaning? That has a much different meaning. Hooch now is marking out about the Firebolt. Like it just. What's the term where we just start talking and you can't stop yourself? She's just talking about like how incredible it is and all the different changes and everything, and how it reminds her of the silver arrows that she learnt to fly on and everything, which is a very nice little detail. That's got to be the first time we've heard about silver arrows. Is there a silver arrow part? Probably not a part. There's probably a section where it talks about different types of brooms. Don't know. I shouldn't really try and find this now. This video is going to be long enough as it is. Ancient broom games. Oh no. Gunther. Rival the Golden Snitch. Oh, this looks so interesting. There's got to be a section on different brooms. There's got to be. But of course, it depends when this book was actually written. If it was written in the 90s, then it would include the Firebolt. If it wasn't, then it wouldn't, would it? I mean, it probably wouldn't be either. Especially considering how many people have taken it out. Yeah. Either way, that's a subject for another day. What am I doing? I've completely lost myself again. So yeah, who just like marking out about the broom. And we get our first mention of Bloomin' Cho Chang, guys, which I was not expecting. Apparently she's very injury prone. Apparently she spends a lot of time on the benches, but she had recovered in time to be a part of this game, much to Woods' dismay. Apparently, I mean, they say it right here, they condescendingly say that she's riding a Comet 260, which will stand no chance against Harry. Now, the Seekers are the only ones who can end the game. Move on, Veggie. Move on. It turns out to be the best practice ever, and like everyone is playing better because they've been like given excitement of the Firebolt being on the team. Woods has no complaints. Ron gets a chance to go on the broom as Hooch like falls asleep in the stands, and they're out there until night. Hooch actually tells them off for not waking her up, which is fair. I feel like that is fair. I mean, it is her fault that she fell asleep, but you still shouldn't just let someone sleep out. Would they have woken her up at all, or would they just left her there? No, they would have woken her up. So Ron is definitely cheered up a bit after what's happened. And yeah, Harry sees some eyes in the dark and thinks that it's the Grim. Ron uses Lumos to actually show that it is Crookshanks there. I think it is the same. I think it's that they're heading in for dinner, in fact, and so as it's winter, it's going to be pitch black at this time, and the slithering table look thunderstruck at the Firebolt. I have got here in capital letters. What about the other bloody tables? But again, this is Harry's mind. It's possible that the vast majority of people on Slithering didn't even notice him come in. But in Harry's mind, he does have this bias where he probably is thinking that they're more angry than they actually are, you know what I mean? In fact, there is a line coming up. Cedric congratulates Harry on getting such a good replacement. Cedric is more Hufflepuff than me, guys. He's such a lovable guy. He's such a decent chap, you know? I have got down here that Harry wanted the rematch. If Cedric had been given a Firebolt, this is a completely fair comparison, guys. If Cedric had been given the Firebolt, would Harry have gone up to him and congratulated him? We know he wouldn't with Draco. With Cho Chan, would he done? Or would he have been envious? I think Harry would have been envious. Ah, man. You know what? It's kind of good that we have these chapters where I'm not that much of a fan of what Harry is doing and saying, because it's the good contrast, you know. Because in the Patronus scene earlier on, I loved it. I thought it was fantastic, and I was all for Harry. And then you have chapters like this where I'm like, it's like real life people, real people. I didn't change the blooming image. Oh man, I'm gonna do that real quick. Can I do it whilst recording, or is it gonna break? There we go. There's Cadogan. That's a great picture. That did work, didn't it? Yes, it did. So, I'm hoping that my notes aren't too bitter here, guys. I really do. Penelope Clearwater asked if she could hold the Firebolt. I do say here that we specifically get a Ravenclaw and a Hufflepuff saying, Harry, it's fine. It does feel like that, guys. And again, I'm probably just coming up as being really bitter here, but it's very interesting that we do have the confirmation from a Hufflepuff and a Ravenclaw. Penelope not being on the team, it would have been odd if Cho-Chan came over and said how great Harry is now that he's been given an expensive bit of equipment. Yeah, it's interesting that we have one of each, you know? It feels like there is a reason why this is written. Everyone is fine with it apart from Slytherin. That's basically what it's saying, you know? Percy and Penelope have a bet on, actually, for 10 galleons. Percy says, hey, no sabotage, when Penelope goes to fiddle around with the broom. Apparently Percy doesn't actually have the galleons, which I don't know if it's a joke or not, but that's quite amazing. Percy gambling seems a little bit out of character. Maybe, or maybe it's Penelope's idea. Maybe, you know what, there we go, it's Penelope's idea, that makes a lot more sense. Draco does have a pretty good line here when he comes over to have a look at the broom. And it says, it's a shame it doesn't come with a parachute, which is quite... You gotta admit, guys, that is quite a good line. I do question here if wizard folk would know what a parachute is. You know, people from wizarding families. Considering on Crimes of Grindelwald, Newt and Tina think that they have to tell Jacob what tweezers are, which is amazing. That is a hilarious moment. Yeah. Would Draco, a 13-year-old kid, know what a parachute is? I don't think he bloomin' would. Unless they're used in other types of lessons. Or maybe there are going to be wizarding parachutes. No, maybe there's wizarding parachutes. Okay, enough waffle though. Maybe he learned it in Muggle Studies, but I doubt it. I doubt they'd be talking about parachutes in the third year of Muggle Studies. Draco rejoins his teammates after trying to mock Harry. Harry thinks that they are probably asking him if it really is a firebolt. Again, I don't think that is likely. I feel like that's Harry bigging himself up a bit much, you know? He's like saying, oh, they're probably really jealous. They're probably talking about how brilliant I am now, you know? I'm so bitter. I'm sorry. Right, Harry has his wand on him. Magic allowed during games. Oh, yes. So Harry has his wand on him during the Quidditch match, which I presume is allowed. Using magic for whatever reason during a game, I would have expected would be not allowed. Doing actual spells, you know? Because he does do the Patronus spell. He attempts the Patronus spell pretty successfully, as I remember. But would that be allowed? Man. I would think that the rules would be no magic outside of your broom during Quidditch matches. And that's it, you know? Now, granted, Harry didn't use a spell against another player, but where does that line end? Are you allowed to use spells to distract people? Because you could argue that what he did distracted Cho. Not that she had any chance of getting to the snitch anyway. Faster than Harry with his super broom. Yeah. Magic during Quidditch games, that did kind of surprise me. But I'm jumping ahead already. Harry notices how pretty Cho is, which is nice. Cho is the only girl on the Ravenclaw team. I was thinking Slytherin is all boys, right? Their Quidditch team. I can't remember Hufflepuff it being said either way, but I'm pretty sure that all the Slytherins. Oh, I'm not sure if that's true. I think that all the Slytherins Quidditch team. I'm pretty sure it is during the Philosopher's Stone, because I remember thinking, oh, that's a bit strange, that there's only girls on the Gryffindor team. But Cho is the only girl on the Ravenclaw team for whatever reason. Harry, Harry, like, obviously it's all in Harry's mind. It says how the commentary is being done by Fred and George's friend Lee Thomas, which is kind of strange considering Lee Thomas is in his year. But maybe they just don't talk that much. Yeah, it just because you're in the same house and everything, at the same classes, doesn't mean that you're going to be consider them to be a good friend. Oh, yes, so Lee Jordan says something which did twist my melon a little bit. He said, according to which broomstick. Now, which way is that spelt? Because obviously in the audiobook, I don't know, because I'm listening to it. I presume it's W-H-I-C-H, right? Rather than W-I-T-C-H, which broomstick. Or maybe it's both. Maybe it's a play on words. McGonagall tells him to commentate on the match. I've actually got down in here in capital letters. He is, because he's just talking about the broomstick, and that is the main story of this match. The main story of the match going in is that Gryffindor have a player with a much superior broom. That is the match. I feel like Lee Jordan is doing his job. He's commentating on the match because the match is Firebolt. I'm so bitter. Right. So, but yeah. Lee Jordan is doing a very good advertising job for the Firebolt. Cho is actually tailing Harry, which is, when I think about Quidditch as a sport, it's actually quite smart. Rather than going to opposite ends of the stadium trying to find the snitch, if you stay with the other seeker, it stops. You know what it would be? You know what it would be? During the start of the game, both seekers should be right next to each other until the points start to get up, and then they start to arch out. That's the way I'd see it. But it does make it clear that that is actually Cho's tactic here. Gryffindor are already up by 80 points, even without the Firebolt, so they probably would have won regardless anyway. McGonagall actually accuses Jordan of actually being paid to advertise the Firebolt, which is brilliant. I'm sure she's joking, but yeah, that is a great line. Woods yells over to Harry to knock Cho off Cho off her broomstick if he has to. He says that no time to be a gentleman. Kind of a sexist line. Kind of a sexist line in my opinion from Wood, but Wood is so obsessed with winning, he probably doesn't realise what he's even saying. Considering what he was saying to Harry earlier on. Amazing. Cho is actually the person to notice the Dementors first, in fact, as Harry appears to successfully do the Patronus on his way to grabbing the snitch. It does say that Cho had literally no chance of keeping up with him. Literally no chance. Literally no chance. This is a sport. And I did speculate that maybe he was able to use the Patronus better because his mind was on the completely on the sport, on the game. So he was able to do Patronus and against the Dementors even more. But that doesn't make sense though, because the Dementors weren't actually making Harry feel any dread or anything, or Boggart as it was in the early scenes. So Harry wins the game. Everyone tells him that he's brilliant because he's been given an expensive bit of technology. Lupin's there and looks shaken but pleased, which is nice. I don't know if he's shaken because he was worried for Harry, or he knows what actually happened with the Dementors. Yeah, they weren't Dementors at all. They were Crabbe, Goyle, Draco, and Flint. They get 50 points from 50 points from Slytherin, sorry, I got 50 points from Gryffindor, yes, because I'm so used to saying it. And all get detention as well, which is pretty brutal. It's pretty, if they were on the pitch, if they're in the fields, I don't know. In the stands, I should say. There is a scene in the movie where it's in the first Care for Magical Creatures class, where Draco's like said, Dementor, and Harry looks around. And then when Harry looks around again, they put their close up to look like Dementors and everything. So I don't know if that scene was a reference to them doing this. I think it probably was. Obviously much earlier in the story in the movie version, but I feel like that probably was a reference to the fact that they would then dress up as Dementors, which is a pretty dishonest tactic. If it was on the field, that's no good. That is absolutely no good. They deserve that detention. Hermione's not joining in with the party afterwards. She's reading Home Life and Social Habits of British Muggles. That's going to be an interesting read, I'm sure. Harry says, were you even at the match, to Hermione? Now, when I first read that, I thought, okay, he is really becoming egotistical now, suggesting that everyone should acknowledge how brilliant he is. I don't think that's what he was saying. I feel like what he meant was, even with the intro, which I was making a stupid comment on, I feel like he was basically saying, you're working so hard, you're not even doing the things that you enjoy, which is watching Quidditch and things like this. I feel like that's probably what he meant. But at this point, I was so annoyed when I heard it. I misconstrued it, I feel. Hermione does say that he wouldn't want me to join in anyway, and Ron loudly says about how Scabbers loved these fudge flies and everything, completely trying to upset Hermione and to make her feel guilty, and it does. She bawls with tears and goes running out of the room. Oh, it's horrible, guys. I just had to remember that it doesn't end like this. Because I feel bloody terrible for Hermione, and I feel terrible for Ron, but the fact that Hermione already felt ostracized, if that's the correct term, and then this on top of it, and the fact that she's getting so stressed with work, I feel so bad for her, I really do. It's going to be very, very interesting reading the book club, if that's consistent with you guys, because we have all sorts of different opinions in there. So yeah, Hermione bursts into tears. I do say that her aggression and her kind of snidey comments about he wouldn't want me to join and I knew you were going to take his side and everything is because she feels a level of guilt. That's my theory anyway. And Ron, like Harry says, why don't you give Hermione an easier time? And Ron says that he wants Hermione to admit that she was wrong about Scabbers just going missing, which again is very sad for Ron as well. This is all just completely... That one scene in the movie, when I was watching back just now, really annoyed me, guys. It shouldn't, but it did. It's like, guys, this is character building. This is very important character building between Ron and Hermione. Anyway. So Harry has a dream. It's very brief. He's walking through a forest with his Firebolt, because obviously that is now his identity is the Firebolt. He appears to be following a Patronus, I think. He's then awakened by Ron screaming his head off, saying that Sirius Black was basically at his bed with a knife. Cutting the curtains, apparently. Obviously, we know why he would be doing that if it was him. I presume it is, but we shall see. They're all making such a noise now, trying to see if Sirius Black is actually there. That they come down to the common room, and a whole bunch of the students start coming down as well. McGonagall, who had told them to stop partying at 1 a.m., has been woken up again by all this shenanigans. I presume that her bedroom must be quite close to the Gryffindor Tower, or maybe it's because it's Gryffindor, maybe that's why it's right there, or maybe she has a shortcut, but she's clearly getting woken up by them. Percy doesn't believe Ron. Percy, straight away just says, you're dreaming and everything, which is... Unlike Percy, I should say that when Percy comes down into the common room, he's, sticking his badge onto his pajamas, which is amazing. His head boy badge is absolutely brilliant. I would have thought that Percy would not just believe Ron outright. I don't mean that, but at least realise that this is such an important situation if it's true. It's just worth making sure, not just throw it out. And McGonagall is exactly the same. She basically completely downplays what Ron's saying. She also does blame Percy. She says, I would have expected more from you, Percy. Poor Percy. He doesn't need this. After he's won his 10 galleons. McGonagall dismisses what Ron is saying, essentially. But then Ron very smartly says, well, we'll go and ask him at Cadogan. Very smart. I do think that McGonagall should have at least checked first before just saying, what are you talking about, Weasley, But yes, it turns out that Cadogan did let in who we believe is to be black. Again, I presume it is, but I don't know, though. We need to cover the chapters. I do feel like the passwords are a stupid system, guys. And I feel like in the Wizarding world, there should be a better system than passwords. Seriously. Especially with this crazed murder on the loose. There should at least be guards there. They don't have to be dementors, but no, because Dumbledore probably doesn't want any kind of guard inside the castle. That's probably true, actually. Wants the kids to be, you know, settled. But the password system is not good, especially with Cadogan. Making it more complicated than it needs to be. I know that a lot of people have a lot of strong feelings against Neville here, guys, and I can sense them already being in the book club, but I do feel like the password system is not good. McGonagall McGonagall blames Neville for leaving his list around. He didn't leave it. Sure, when you have a password, you shouldn't be writing it down, guys. But if he can't remember it, and he knows that he gets stick from lots of other students about always forgetting the password and everything. So to stop that sort of discussion going on, he wrote them down. Sure, that's not good, but then again, it's not a good system anyway. I feel like the password system is rubbish. I feel like it is a very, very bad system, and in the Wizarding world, there should be a much better system. A much better system. And the fact that Cadogan is making it so blooming confusing for him is definitely not a help either. But then again, no other paintings wants to do the job anyway. Anyway, I'm sure this will be a big part of discussion, as anything with Neville will be a big part of discussion in the book club, which we will get over to right now. This is going to be another... I think we're going to break 4 hours again. I think we're definitely going to break 4 hours again. Okay, so this is the Harry Potter book club, guys. It is over on the Patreon. I should have said it earlier on and I forgot, so if you're this deep into it, I apologise. If you're new to these book clubs, guys, we're always a couple ahead on the Patreon. And so not only do you get access to being part of the book club, which is in this blog here, I need to say that it's closed. Not only do you get access to this, but you also get to... Like I say, we're always 2 ahead on the Patreon. And so the ones which come out for free on YouTube, you will get them all for free on YouTube. But whenever one gets posted on YouTube, we've actually already posted 2 more on the Patreon. And these are all so much longer. So that's essentially 8 hours of more book club. So if you do get to the end of where I'm up to and want to check out the rest, you can do on the Patreon, or you can just wait. But yes, I'll just quickly say that this is now closed. And also I need to look at the messages as well, because you can now DM me rather than post them in the public blog. Most people do, but some people prefer to DM me their thoughts on the chapters, you know, if they wish. And so I'll just quickly update the title. Okay, so this one is from Georgia. I always worry that I'm saying your name wrong. I should also say, guys, I've got a hot chocolate. And I've decided that I am going to take this book club relaxed. Because I think that last time I was trying to get through it too fast. And so let's undo this. And just try and enjoy the book club rather than try to get through it, you know, which is what I felt like I was doing last time. Despite the fact it is by far my favourite part of doing these book reviews. Magic mug. It's my hot chocolate mug, basically. And so we will try and take it a little bit more casually. But here is Georgia. Like I say, you can DM me your thoughts if you want, guys. It's completely your choice. As long as you start the comment with book club at the top, it helps me know. It helps me. It lets me know that is the purpose of it. Although I think Georgia, may have left two comments and then had to put another one just so the starts. So the preview image would say book club at the start of it, but it's fine. It's easy mistake to do. Okay, so despite its flaws, Quidditch Games gave us Lee Jordan's commentary for that. I can never fault it. That is a very fair point. He carries the game, and I'm gutted he's not in the movies more. He's literally in the first one, and that's it, right? He was the one in Chamber of Secrets who was suggesting that they should get rid of the Slytherins. Interesting. Very interesting that was, guys. Yeah, I'm always up for more Lee Jordan, particularly during the Quidditch matches. I'm surprised that any games don't have him in fact. I'm sorry, guys. I've already got lost. You guys games, maybe. I love Cho's introduction. She seems much cooler and much more similar to Harry in her first scene. That's a very good point. The fact that she's a seeker, and big into Quidditch, something that never comes up in the movies, like literally ever. If you'd asked me who do you think is on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, well, I knew it wouldn't be Luna because she's in the stands with Gryffindor, isn't she? Shouldn't do that. All right. I would not have guessed Cho. Of course, Lockhart was as well, wasn't he? Either way. About Hermione, God, I love her so much, but sometimes she does my nut in. That is a great term. I know she's got a lot going on right now, but she has this pattern of behaviour throughout the story where she thinks she's right, and it's not always for the better. That I can completely agree with. The rabbit before. Then again, Fred and George kind of... No, that was different. That was completely different, actually, yes. The rabbit before, Binky, wasn't it? Scabbers' supposed murder, and the Firebolt incident. Oh, now this is going to be interesting. Most of the time, she thinks her way is right, and won't consider that she could be in the wrong. I think with the Firebolt, I think that she was right still. I do. It's the ends justified the means. I feel like it. I really do think that it was just better safe than sorry. When it comes to Scabbers and indeed Binky, you're right. You are right. And I feel like her defending herself and getting snapping at Harry and things like that is a sense that she does feel shame and realizes that it could be the case. That it was her fault. And she's also probably terrified of admitting it as well. Accepting that it is her, that it was her responsibility, that what happened to Scabbers. The Firebolt one, though, I do feel like she was in the right. I'm looking forward to these comments, though, guys. I really am. Even now, as an adult, I thought I'd grow out of getting annoyed at Hermione over the Firebolt situation, but I'm not. I think it's because it's a frequent trait in her. And it's never really treated by the story as a negative. She sort of is treated as always right in the end. That's a good point, because she is right about Scabbers. She is right about Binky, arguably. And, well, I mean, she wasn't right about the Firebolt. Unless there's something coming up. No, I see your point about the fact that she's always proved correct. But I prefer the movie version of these situations because when she's upset and worried that she's screwed up, she gets quite feisty, I guess is the right term, I guess. Whereas in the movie, she just looks like she doesn't care about Scabbers. That's my interpretation of this scene. I can't imagine. Yeah. Very interesting about the Firebolt thing. Never treated the way it was right in the end. I actually think she was right to be safe about the Firebolt, but I think the way she went about it was wrong. For being so smart and well spoken, you think she would have taken time to fully explain her reasoning to getting the broom confiscated to Harry rather than giving a quick protest and then grasping him to McGonagall. I mean, I personally don't think that Harry would listen. But would Hermione think that Harry would listen? Earlier on in the chapters, when Ron said, "You're not thinking about killing Black, are you?" And Hermione's like, "Of course he's not, don't be silly." I don't think she says don't be silly, but she says, of course Harry's not thinking about doing that. So she does have a lot of faith in Harry. So maybe she would have thought that Harry would comply and get the broom tested first. But I don't think Harry would have done it. Man. Grassed him up. I guess my interpretation of it when listening to it was that she was of the opinion that she knew that Ron and Harry wouldn't listen to her in this case. Yeah. This is what I love about the book club, guys. The fact that these scenes can be looked on in such a different way. And Georgia, I think that you've made absolutely cracking points here, and I think that you are right. But when it comes to the Firebolt, we just see the scene very differently. And that's what makes these book clubs fantastic. Greatly appreciated. Right off the bat, getting a different take on the Firebolt situation. I just feel Hermione is often telling people what is right and wrong. That's very true. It's not... Oh, it's not true following the rules. Hang on. I just feel Hermione is often telling people what is right and wrong. That's not true. Follow the rules. That's too big of a risk. But when Hermione decides it's worth the risk, we make Polyjuice Potion, or we start Dumbledore's army, or whatever. We take risks. Very interesting point about the Polyjuice Potion. Now, my interpretation of the Chamber of Secrets Polyjuice Potion, I can't talk on the Dumbledore's army aspect of it because that's yet to come. But when it's specifically about the Polyjuice Potion in Chamber, my thinking is a lot of what Hermione does in that book is a result of what Draco called her. So when she found out that there was a good chance that Draco is the heir of Slytherin, she put all her chips in and wanted to confirm that in her head. Hence why she went ahead with the Polyjuice Potion. Very interesting comparison to the Polyjuice and the Firebolt, though. My point is, just because Hermione thinks something is right doesn't necessarily make it right for everyone. Sorry so long. If it's too much, just read the first section. Oh no, Georgia, that was brilliantly put. I love your take on Hermione. It's awesome. I really appreciate reading such a different take on these chapters. Oh man, I'm interested to see if anyone agrees with me on the Firebolt situation, because to me I feel like she just did the right thing, and she did it knowing that Ron and Harry wouldn't listen to her, and she did it knowing that they would hate her for it, and accepting that. It's not like when McGonagall came in, she was like standing next to her, like saying, "Look what they've got." She wouldn't even look over her. She went straight to a desk and just stuck her head in a book, waiting for the inevitable Ron rant. But she was willing to take that because she was so passionate about that being the right thing to do in her mind. That's how I see it. Georgia, awesome comment. I really appreciate that. That's such a different take. That's such a different take on the Firebolt situation, and that is greatly appreciated. Okay, so over to the main post now, guys, and I've updated the title to say closed. And so if you ever see that, it means that the next one will be soon coming along, and so just keep an eye out for the next one where you can post your comments. You can post your comment and close ones if you want to just add to the debate, but if you want to be talking about the latest one, when it says closed, there'll be another one coming out soon for the following chapters. Max Professor Trelawney's omen at Christmas is correct. She doesn't want to sit because when 13 dying, the first to arise is the first to die. When Dumbledore stands to tell Conjure a chair, everyone believes there are 12, except for one major thing. Scabbers isn't a rat, therefore there were 13 there, and Dumbledore was first to arise. Was Scabbers there? The thing is, both chapters the last two chapters that we covered kind of end in the same way, so my brain gets a little bit confused on what happened when. Actually, all three chapters kind of ended the same way, right? The first chapter ends with Ron and Hermione having an argument about the Firebolt. The second chapter ends with Scabbers blood supposedly being found. And then the third chapter ends with so yeah, they all end in the common room. How bizarre! That's so bizarre. So I will have a little bit of struggle differentiating between them because I'm an idiot. Always have to let it cool down for me. It's almond milk, and it's Galaxy. Do you know Galaxy chocolate? They've got a vegan hot chocolate. It's very nice. Right. Was Scabbers there? And Dumbledore stood up. Oh my god, Max. I like this a lot. I'm intrigued to see the replies, but I never read the replies, guys. And so if you do want to talk spoilers in replies to comments, you can. But my goodness. I think that has legs. I think that has legs. Fantastic comment. Helen. Hermione telling Professor McGonagall about the Firebolt is very revealing about her character. Harry's safety is more important to her than their friendship. That is what I tried to say just now, actually, Helen. That is a good way of putting it. Harry's safety is more important than their friendship. My goodness. My goodness. I like that. That is a well... How I see it, that is a good summarization of what I feel. Not to discount anyone else's other opinions of it, but that is a great sentence. Also, it's interesting that they changed this so much in the movie. In the movie, the Firebolt is gifted at the end of year in a gift known to be from Sirius, who is now who's now a friend. It's so different, isn't it, Helen? I'm not mad about it. I'm not angry, I should say. Yeah, saying that you're mad about something could mean that you do and don't like it. Okay, I'm not angry at the fact that they changed it, because it's a pretty big change, isn't it? Notice the colours are going down. I think it's blooming amazing. You can't have the entire book in the movie. So for the Firebolt to be the thing to, you know what it is? It takes away from the fact that Harry in this book is really just trying to be a normal kid. He wants to be playing Quidditch. He wants to go to Hogsmeade. The whole first, 3 or 4 chapters, if not 5 or 6 chapters, were all about Harry being gutted about not being able to go to Hogsmeade. That was his main focus. Then we have the Firebolt situation. We have what happened in the Quidditch game. It's all about Harry just wanting to be a normal kid this year. And you take if you dissolve the whole permission slip thing down to one line that he says to Vernon, and then get rid of the Firebolt thing and move it to the end, you miss out on all that stuff of Harry just wanting to be a normal kid. Harry's just basically the hero of the story in the movie. There's nothing about him, him wanting to learn Patronus so he can be in the game against Ravenclaw and would allow him. That certainly wasn't his intention in the movie in that scene, when he's learning to the Patronus. It's very true. Great comment, Helen. Thank you so much. Rebecca. Oh, see, now I'm screwing up. It's so wrong that what Harry wants more than anything else. What he saw in the mirror of erased is to be with his family, and yet the closest he can get to hearing the last moment, is hearing the last moments of his parents. That's so much more than anyone. Yet alone 13-year-old should ever have to go through. It's brutal, isn't it? It's heartbreaking watching Harry make the choices he has to make in these chapters. I'm happy that Lupin can be there to help him through it, but it can't be easy for Lupin either. I completely agree with that, Rebecca. Now, going back to your first part about Harry, that's what I was saying about the fact that to be able to be a part of the Quidditch team, and that is Harry's main reason for doing the Patronus lessons. He's having to listen to his parents die over and over again. And then outside of the class, he's telling himself that they're dead. They're dead. Wow. Jeez. Powerful stuff, guys. Powerful stuff. And I love the Patronus scene in the movie. I think it's blooming sweet as hell. Lupin's face as he realises that Harry's finally doing it well. It's just an absolute picture. Oh, man. I'm tearing up about that, guys. Bloody loved Lupin. Anyway. That being said, I'm actually really glad that Lupin waited this long to tell Harry that he was friends with James. It gave their relationship a chance to develop on its own terms without Harry seeing Lupin as a sort of stand-in for James or vice versa. Well, that's very interesting because the movie does have that scene on the bridge, which I bloody love. But that really does change the dynamic between Harry and Lupin, doesn't it? It's natural for Lupin to be protective of Harry, but the way their relationship progresses just feels so real and genuine. It really is one of my favourite things about these books. Fantastic comment, Rebecca. I'm going to try and fix this a little bit. There we go. That's a bit better. Yeah, that's very true. I love the scenes in the movie. But I guess in a way they're kind of skipping the building of the relationship, aren't they? Great comment. Chessia. When I first read this book at age 12, I found the Sirius knife scene so scary, I bet. I love Sirius, but the fact that he was willing to break into the boys' dormitory with a knife and risk terrifying 13-year-old Ron to get to Pettigrew shows him to be very morally grey, in my opinion. I wonder if that's why this scene didn't make the film. Very possibly. Sirius becomes such a loved character. This isn't his finest moments. Well, that's kind of the point, though, isn't it? To really build up this character as a threat, only for it to turn out that he was actually trying to protect everyone. Get revenge, really, wasn't it? But yeah, I can completely see how that dormitory scene must have been pretty blooming scary. The fact that they're in the most peaceful, safest place, for them to know that Sirius can even get in there now. And yeah, it does show him as a morally grey character. It's very interesting that he's using a knife. It's very interesting that he's using a knife. On a different note, Lee Jordan's Quidditch commentary never fails to make me laugh. It's amazing. He definitely seems to have a Firebolt sponsorship here. He really does, actually. He really does. And you know what? He's got a career set in stone, hasn't he? He's got to... You know what? If he grows up... I don't know if he survives Deathly Hallows, guys, but we shall see, obviously, when we get to that part in the book. But what a commentator he would be. He'd probably have to nix the sponsorship stuff, because I don't think that would fly in professional fly. Good joke. Fly with professional commentary teams. So much fairer that all the teams are looking into getting Firebolts in the World Cup. That should be how it is, guys. It should be how it is. Enough about that. Also, it's a shame they didn't show Malfoy and co Draco impersonation as Dementors in the films would have been funny to watch. I know, yes, yes, absolutely, that would have been. I mean, this whole game wasn't in the movie, was it? There is that moment at the start of the first Care for Magical Creatures lesson where Malfoy, and it's not Flint. Flint's not there. Unless he recast Flint as the guy who's in Game of Thrones and The Dark Knight. One of Draco's cronies on Prisoner of Azkaban, guys, was in Game of Thrones briefly, and in Batman: The Dark Knight very briefly. He shows up in something else as well. He's always a lackey kind of character. Either way, fantastic comment. Yes, absolutely brilliant comment, Chester. Thank you so much. Josh, I think we have officially hit the point where the movie's difference from the books are potentially permanently notable. So I can't wait to hear what you think. My observations are as follows. Quick sip of hot chocolate first. The Firebolt and Sirius Black invasion to the castle for the second time. I love how much more built up he is in the book and how unhinged he is. Really shows how terrifying Azkaban is. Hermione is right to be suspicious of the Firebolt. Harry clearly forgot that he has had his broom jinxed in the first year. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's very true. Yes, because Snape was having to try and control it with his chanting, wasn't he? That's right, yes. I mean, I feel like the movie did a very good job on building up Sirius. That shot when the camera comes up with his feet to reveal his face, that gave me chills. That was powerful. But you're right. I mean, in the book, they've got more time to do it. So it is definitely done better in the book. I've always loved the way the book handled learning and casting magic in general. You can't just point your wand and say something and do magic, especially in the case of more advanced spells like the Patronus charm. The movies ironically do a terrible job when the magic and just how special it is truly is. Did you know that throughout the entire first movie, Harry Potter does not cast a single spell? Let that sink in. Blimmin' Nora. It's not a spell to make the broom fly, is it? Well, he makes the glass disappear, but that's not casting a spell, though, is it? No, that's not casting a spell. To cast is to do on purpose. Wow. Back to these chapters. I love that the Ron-Hermione subplot in the book doesn't feel petty. They are each truly upset and very valid reasons, and I'll be very interested to hear your opinions. The movies really did drop the ball with a lot of the personal relationships. They just tried to make it funny, didn't they? Which is the case with a lot of Ron stuff. I know these things are secondary, but I don't think they're secondary at all, Josh. I think they're very important, as do you. I know that these are secondary, but they should have been given the same authenticity and respect as the source material. Time constraints is no excuse for turning characters into lesser versions of themselves. That's fair. I do often say the time constraints is a big factor in these things, but watching those scenes back, Hermione just seems unpleasant, and Ron doesn't seem to care that much about Scabbers. Like, literally, because we know that he says that he downplays Scabbers, but when he's saying about when he reckons that Scabbers has been actually killed by Crookshanks, he's just being a bit sarcastic, and Hermione doesn't even want to hear it, none of it. So there are some scenes where it seems like Hermione just doesn't like Ron at all. And that's certainly never been the case in the book yet. I guess it probably has. No, I'm probably wrong now. Either way, Josh, thank you so much. Great comment. Great points. Floria. Florine. Where did I add an extra A? I'm sorry, I'm terrible at reading. My dyslexia is awful. Or very good, I guess you'd say. Anyway. Hey, Veggie, what do you think of Hermione's behaviour of constantly bringing Crookshanks near Scabbers and her actions with Ron after the attack after the rats supposedly died? Her actions. I think that her actions after what's happened potentially with Scabbers is out of guilt. I think that even she knows that that's probably what's happened. That's my interpretation of it, and that could be me giving her a pass there. Constantly bringing Crookshanks near Scabbers, now I think about it, just really, really reminds me of Hagrid. That belief that, of course, it's a good cat. If you upset him, then that's your fault, not the cat's fault. He's just a defenseless cat. That's never been loved, you know. This is why I reckon that the pet shop owner, as soon as Ron and Harry left the pet shop to go and grab Scabbers, I reckon that pet shop owner gave a bloomin' sob story to Hermione to try and get her to buy him. And so, because of that, and she's only 13, guys, I believe, she wants to believe what's best for Crookshanks, and she wants Crookshanks to be part of the squad, you know? She wants it to be Crookshanks, Ron, and Harry, and her, you know? But that's my interpretation. When it comes to her actions after what apparently happened to Scabbers, yeah, I feel like I may actually be giving her more of a pass than a lot of other people. Thank you so much for your comment. Claire. First, I understand the changes they made of the Harry Potter adaptations. Of the Harry Potter adaptations, this is my favourite. I'm not surprised. At the same time, it's so sad to see the changes get bigger and bigger. In these chapters, I have 4 things that I'd like to comment. First, the Firebolt question is so incredible. Brings us a part of the brings us a part of the Wizarding World. They dismantle the broom, and is so good to see the little pieces and how does this world work. I see what you mean. Yeah, where like it's saying about how it's very functional. It's not just like a prop. We actually get to understand how it actually works, especially with what Hooch was saying. We also have a big question: who gave Harry the present? It's so nice to see this mystery in the movie, and the present is the last scene, and they know it's from Sirius. It's true. This is the thing, because I'm seeing this from watching the movie and then reading the book. To me, the Firebolt probably does seem a lot less important, but to anyone, you know what? To anyone watching the movie, I'd imagine that last scene where, who has read the book, that last scene where it's like, oh, the Firebolt's here. I would imagine that probably annoyed some people who read the book. Very interesting. The Buckbeak trial seems so also bigger. It's true, it's more stages to it. And give us an idea of how the mystery works. They consider Hagrid innocent, and Buckbeak will have a trial. So it makes me think about the ministry protocols and the department's division, and mostly the magical laws. It's very true, the fact that they are actually even having a hearing for Buckbeak as well. Because in the movie, it's basically Hagrid says, "I'm fine. They're going to get rid of Buckbeak." He's obviously in tears when he says this, but definitely more fleshed out in the yeah, because the Buckbeak stuff in the movie is like, you could argue the Buckbeak stuff is 3 scenes, 4 if you include him escaping with Sirius. Whereas since that first blooming lesson with Hagrid, it's been there the entire time in the book. It's a real nice side story, you know. Also, they argue about Scabbers, and when we have this scene, I like to think about Scabbers as just a rat, not a person. So I agree a lot with Ron. You know what? Yeah, I do as well. And it's not like I'm trying to. It's because, to me, Scabbers is still just a rat, you know? Which is exactly what you want from checking out the book. I'm not constantly thinking Peter Pettigrew, Peter Pettigrew, Peter Pettigrew. I'm thinking of Scabbers. Hermione doesn't look like she cares. There you go, I completely agree with you. But she is also right when she says that Ron had a preconception about Crookshanks since the beginning. That's fair as well. Both have good reasons to be upset with each other. I love to see how complex this friendship becomes as time goes by and they get older. I can't wait. I can't wait the thing that's getting me through these chapters right now is that I know that Ron and Hermione are not at each other's throats going forward, but it was genuinely sad, like getting this to this part of the book where they essentially hate each other. Also, Hermione loaded with the subjects she takes is so interesting. Yeah, I agree. The fact that it is actually having a derogatory effect on her. Sirius' second invasion. At the movie, Sirius invades Hogwarts once, the Fat Lady invasion, absolutely. But this second is so important. I don't know why they didn't put this instead. It is a hint of he wasn't looking for Harry. Oh, very true. And the password plot is so well done. That's so true. It is definitely a hint, isn't it? That you know what Sirius's intentions aren't exactly what they think it is. Very true. Yeah, I'm liking it. Great comments. Thank you so much for the book club. It's so good to see other opinions. Claire, you hit the nail on the head. Thank you so much, Claire. Great comment. Jacqueline. It's chapters like these where you really have to remember that Ron and Harry are 13 years old. To prioritise the Firebolt over Harry's own safety is ridiculous, or Woods as well. Ridiculous, but for two 13-year-old boys who grew up without money, very true. I have the most expensive broom in the world in their possession, and then suddenly not. I can understand why they're mad. Jacqueline, you make such a good point about money. Considering how much I've talked about money in these chapters, I didn't actually think about the fact that Ron and Harry, they appreciate things like this, you know, and to be given it and then to have it snatched away. Great point. I don't agree with them being mad. Obviously, Hermione is totally in the right here, but I get it. Great comment, Jacqueline. That's where I am as well. But the fact that they grew up without much money, that's such a great point. That's such a great point. Well, when Gryffindors were celebrating the win, Sirius must have been in the castle already. So now I just imagine him waiting patiently for them to finish celebrating until he attacks. My goodness, Will. He must have been there. Yeah, my goodness, Will. I didn't think about that. Gryffindors in semi-room. Sirius must have already been in the castle. Okay, so you didn't say specifically the common room, because he could have entered the common room afterwards. But he must have been in the castle, though, yeah. Thanks so much for your comment, Will. Caroline. Hi, Veggie. Thanks so much for the book clubs. It's so much fun. This time, I finally managed to write a comment. Oh, Caroline, thank you so much. Oh, fantastic. Did you know that JK created the Dementors as embodiment of depression? During an interview, she once talked about this and how she suffered from depression. I know that she's actually had. I don't know the full gist of it, but I know that she's had a very rough. I know she's gone through some horrendous things in her life. I believe. I don't know the details though. Her personal way to dealing with it was to hold on to beautiful moments and sometimes eating a piece of chocolate. No way! Okay, there we go. That's amazing. I like that. if you've ever wondered why, of all things, the antidote is chocolate, fantastic. Anyway, I think this makes every detail of their description so much more impressive and deep. For example, Harry is often afraid that the Dementors might suddenly return and don't know how to deal with it, which weighs heavily on him. Nevertheless, Wood's constantly urging him to find a quick solution to his Dementor problem, very well put, because he can't imagine it being such a big deal for Harry and that other things are more important. I think that Woods is at the point where he can't even see that other people have issues. you know what I mean? That is one of the funniest. It's not Lockhart funny, but Woods, that scene where he came back after trying to get the broom back from McGonagall. My goodness, that is up with the funniest scenes in this series so far, guys. Woods as well. Who would have thought it? I study literature, which is why these meta themes are so exciting to me. Is that a proper term? Meta themes. I like it. I will definitely try to pick up some of these in the future book clubs when it fits the chapters. Hope you find this as interesting as I do. The Harry Potter books are full of them. Oh, Caroline, it's fascinating, and it's fascinating to hear your take on them as well, especially as you're studying literature. When I read the story for the first time, I was completely surprised by the plot twist with Scabbers. I should have known from the previous books that there are always hidden clues in the story. Well, you can't pick them all up there, can you? Not first time. But no one could have guessed that, right? But reading it today is very, very obvious. So much revolves around their pets. Very true. They were never mentioned this much before. That's very true. And obviously Buckbeak as well. Wow. Not much of Hedwig's though. Apart from at the start. That's a fascinating point. In general, rereading these chapters shows me again how much I love the writing style. Such a complex world and character building, humour and storytelling at the same time. The more I read the books, the more fascinated I am, and that's still nothing compared to the following books. Fantastic. Already looking forward to them. Caroline, thank you so much for that comment. That was brilliant. And I cannot wait for you picking out more of these meta themes, because that was very well put. Jacob. I always felt odd that Harry was worried the Dementors would come back during the match. Yes, they showed up the first match, but the other teams had played against each other with no Dementors coming in. Very good point. You know what, Jacob? When he first said about him being worried about the Dementors coming back, I was thinking, well, hang on, he knows that Dumbledore has had a go at them for it. So I would have thought that Harry would have the confidence in Dumbledore to think, okay, that problem is now sorted. Then again, it was a horrific thing that happened to him. So much like Hagrid being scared of breaking the law because he doesn't want to go back to Azkaban, Harry is just scared of any situation where what could happen again. Also, Woods probably really didn't help. Because Woods was making Harry bloomin' feel guilty. It's Wood, guys. I'm sorry, I've been saying Woods. It's Wood. Check the list of people that have taken this book out, and Wood is the first one. Wood was making Harry feel very guilty with what he was saying. Unwittingly. I don't think that Wood knew what that he was actually upsetting him, but he was not being subtle when it came to his disappointment of what had happened in that previous game. So, and he is a a loyal guy. Harry's a loyal guy, and you know the Quidditch team is where he excels the best. And so, yeah, great point, great comment, Jacob. Greatly appreciated. Jackmar, Harry getting the Firebolt here instead of at the end totally changes the entire dynamic of the scene chapters. It goes from, oh no, Sirius Black may have given Harry a Firebolt, to wicked, Sirius gave him a brand new Firebolt. I do think I prefer the book version. You know what, Jackmar? I've started to think now, your comment has just sparked something off my head. I wonder if my resentment towards Harry getting the Firebolt is purely because of me seeing the movie first. Him just getting the Firebolt from Black. Wow, maybe that is it. Great comment, Jackmar. That has certainly made me think. Kentit. These are some of the big changes from Harry getting the Firebolt early and Sirius's second appearance, which I do prefer for. Which do you prefer for Harry getting the Firebolt? I find it so much more meaningful in the movie knowing he gets it after knowing the truth. The added feather from Buckbeak is nice since it shows they are both safe and out of danger for the time being. Yeah, this is interesting, Kinsey. So you prefer the movie version. If we're talking specifically about Harry receiving the Firebolt, it is a great happy ending on the movie. It really is. It's like the cherry on the cake, you know. Considering we're not going to get the scene of them heading back to the Muggle world in this one, it is a nice ending. It is a nice ending. I said earlier on that maybe some of the book readers would find the last scene annoying, but at the same time, it is a great scene. And the Buckbeak feather, definitely, that is nice actually, and it is showing that Buckbeak's okay. I was so sure Buckbeak was going to come back during the movies. Thoughts on Trelawney's prediction? Since from the movie you know Scabbers is actually Peter, we know that while everyone counts 12 people there, we actually later know there are 13 before she joined. So Scabbers was definitely there then. Okay. So Dumbledore getting up would mark him as the first person to die. Who do we know dies first? There will be other instances of predictions coming true in later books. Wonder if you will catch them. Very interesting, kids. Yeah, I did have a feeling that with a lot of what Trelawney is saying, they will actually pay off, but just not in the way that we know, you know? So, Scabbers was at the dinner table, though. Wow. I'm loving it. I'm loving this. That is a great detail. Thank you so much for your awesome comment. Jake, it's criminal how the movie condenses Ron and Hermione's feud into one scene in the Leaky Cauldron. Oh, they talk about it in the Leaky Cauldron? When it's an overarching subplot of the entire book. Oh, I see what you mean, yes. Sorry, I got confused. Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley, absolutely. The Firebolt is one of many combative moments between them, and it's completely removed from the film by Harry getting it at the end. Was the idea to make the trio seem like perfect people with infallible friendships? Because that's not how teenagers work. Jake, I honestly think that is the reason. I think that is the reason. I think what blows my mind, guys, is that apparently the people that directed the movie, or at least some of them, or maybe just the first one, I'm not sure. Or maybe just Prisoner of Azkaban. I feel like it was. I remember people saying that apparently the directors of whatever, maybe Prisoner of Azkaban, said that Hermione is their favourite character in Harry Potter. I find that hard to believe. And I would like to discuss with them why they made the choices they did. Because from what I gather, they really changed her. I do feel like they wanted to make Ron is the great friend who falls over a bit. Hermione is the great friend who just that's basically it for her, and she's smart. And Harry, I mean, certainly up until this movie, has kind of been a blank canvas. You remember how hard that scene hit me in the snow. In my reaction when he's like saying about how he's going to kill Sirius Black, I think my first comment after that is up until now I've seen Harry as a blank canvas, and he hasn't been up to that point in the books. In the books they've acted like honest, like not honest, sorry, like real teenagers. So I think you're right. I think that is why they did it, which is a shame. Ron does make a good point though. How could the most wanted man in the Wizarding Britain waltz into quality Quidditch supplies and buy the most expensive broom? No questions asked. Given its prestige and price tag, price on request, remember. That's very true. You'd think the shop has a record of all the people who bought one, like supercars in the Muggle world. I've got a terrible comment, guys. Do you reckon he may have stolen it? It might get explained. But maybe he did nick it. Price on request. That is a key point to it. Polyjuice potion? Because a lot of shops, if you're going to be buying something that expensive, they're not going to be that worried about doing Revelio. Are they? Great point, Jake. Supercars and Muggle worlds. I'd be interested to know your ideas of how Sirius would go about getting Harry a broom. Okay, I'm thinking maybe Polyjuice. I don't know if Polyjuice would have been a thing that he would know about. I would imagine it probably would. He could have stolen it, which is outrageous. How many of these Quidditch supply shops are there? Is it like a big chain? Or is there like 2 shops? Because there's got to be some people in the Wizarding world who just pay no attention to the news. There has to be, guys. Much like there are in real life. Great question, Jake. I like that. That makes me think a lot. I see there's 5 replies as well, so I don't believe there's theories in there. Also, a lot of people are telling you to pay attention to Trelawney's prediction, but I think it's far more interesting to pay attention to Harry and Ron's jokes once in this book and the next one, and the next. Sorry. Already we've had a bowler hat and unexpected gold from Ron. Which, that was the tea leaves, wasn't it? Which both pay off in the future. Oh, really? Okay. So, the rule of thumb, if anyone makes a prediction, take note of it. That's a good call. That is a good point. So is Harry going to suffer, but he's going to like it? That probably does. Oh, got chills, guys. Is that talking about hearing his parents' voice? You're going to suffer, but you're going to enjoy it. That's what Ron says to him, isn't it? Oh, sugar, guys. I nearly swore then. I don't know if that's a reference to something else, but if that is a reference to Harry wanting to hear his parents' voice as the Boggart uses its dementor ability. Maybe that is it. Maybe it's something else. But if that is what Ron was predicting, that is heartbreaking. One last thing. Have you seen the corresponding deleted scene of the attack aftermath with Paul Whitehouse? Percy gets one more line and McGonagall is sassy AF. You know what? I haven't got to Howard's comment yet. I presume that Howard's made a comment. But I was playing Hogwarts Legacy, and I said it last time, so I will say it again. We found Cadogan. And I said, oh yeah, apparently there's like a deleted scene of Cadogan. We need to check that out very soon on the channel. And I was planning on doing it like around a week ago. And Howard, luckily, had watched the stream back, because they weren't there at the time. Watched the stream back, and then messaged me on Patreon saying, hey, Veggie, don't watch it yet. I think they said, oh, we need to get through a few more chapters before then. And so, I'm really looking forward to watching it. Paul Whitehouse is an absolute legend, guys. He has worked directly with Arthur Weasley and Grindelwald before. Editing and stuff into these long videos is rough, guys, but there's a show called The Fast Show, and Paul Whitehouse, Sir Cadogan, and Arthur Weasley, that guy's actor, I can never remember his name, used to have like a sketch on The Fast Show where there'd be like suit makers. They'd say, suit you, sir, quite a lot. And there's an episode which was filmed for Comic Relief, which had Johnny Depp in it, and so that was like mid 90s, maybe even early 90s. So yeah, that's bizarre. So, yes. If you type in "fast show suit you," it will probably come up with a picture of all three of them, rather than me photoshopping it and editing it, I should say, because it's difficult in these long videos. Great comment. Thank you so much, Jake. Kate, 3 great chapters they are. That were mostly completely cut from the movies. So much to cover. My favourite funny moment, Hagrid's comments about the flubberworms, dead, too much lettuce. And Wood saying that he doesn't care if Harry fell off the broom as long as he catches the snitch first. He is getting desperate. He really is. And presumably this is it for him now. I can't imagine he's going to be in the later books. What I would have never thought that Wood would be one of the funniest characters in Harry Potter, guys. Poor Hermione is so burnt out, considering that she also time travels to study more and probably has 35 hours days with still only 8 hours sleep at best. Could she do it with sleep? I guess we'll learn the rules of it later on. Oh, balls, I'll pull it away. Sorry. It explains a lot of her behaviour here, though still not excuses it. Now that's interesting, Kate. Now that is interesting. So you're saying, okay, I'll finish. That is a cracking point. Okay, Firebolt situation is understandable, though I think she could have told Harry her concerns first before going to McGonagall. Yeah, I still think that I think that she knows that Harry just wouldn't have listened to her. In the case of Scabbers, she is definitely in the wrong, considering she is not being apologetic at all, and all signs clearly point to Crookshanks. I love Hermione's character here, multiple dimensional and pretty relatable. Absolutely. Kate, you make a great point about her being tired. It's not an excuse, guys, but my goodness, people are different when they're exhausted. And I mean actually exhausted. I don't mean like running 100 meters or something. I mean actually completely drained and are getting worse and worse. That could explain, not justify, but explain why she is as she is with the Crookshanks and Scabbers situation. Great point, Kate. That has legs. 3. People already mentioned Trelawney having a correct prediction. There's actually a theory that all the Trelawney predictions are correct. All of them? Another example here is that she keeps saying that Harry will die soon, and he dies in the 7th book, which is still relatively soon for a child. Oh, absolutely. He comes back from the dead, but is technically... I can't say that. I was going to spoil another series, but something else that we cover on Patreon had a very similar thing with that, actually. Keep an eye out on it. I think this is fun. 4. I'm a proud Ravenclaw, but I can't care less about lost of their team. Oh, wow, we are different, Gates. I'm sorry. Gryffindor seems to play better here, so all's fair. To be fair, they were winning even before Harry got the snitch, so that is a fair comment. That is okay. I'm a bad Hufflepuff, guys. I'm a bad Hufflepuff. I'm too bitter to be Hufflepuff. I'm gonna get kicked out. Bloomin' Sprout is gonna watch one of these video reviews in the future, and I'm gonna get Bloomin' kicked out of Hufflepuff, guys. Not before time, either. Maybe it's a Ravenclaw trait. We are more of solo players. Very true, and also you're very logical as well. So what you're saying is very logical there. That's fascinating, Kate, that you're Ravenclaw and you're absolutely fine with the loss, and yet I'm blooming furious at it. I'm furious on your behalf. I'll be furious for both of us. Finally, poor Neville. The kid can't get a break. I'm amazed at the first Neville comment. I expected a lot of Neville breakdowns. How do you think Black has found his list of passwords? Neville has lost it inside the castle, so it is very lucky that Black to get into the castle and just stumble upon it. Great comment, Kate, and I do have a theory which I've only just put together in my head. Maybe Neville did not lose the list. Maybe it was stolen. Now that would mean Black would have to get close to Neville. And we know that Neville is a bit of a butterfingers. And so it is very possible that Neville did lose it, but correlation is not causation. Did I just use the right term there? I feel like I did. I love this mug so much. So cool. Just because Neville has lost things in the past does not mean that he is always to blame for something. So it's possible that Black found a way of stealing it. Just like he stole the Firebolt! It's all coming together now. Great comment. Greatly appreciated that, Kate. You are an awesome Ravenclaw. And I'm a terrible Hufflepuff. I think that's what we've just learned. Is that Melody? Lovely name. It's always felt odd to me that they cut so much Quidditch out of the movie for this book specifically. It was a big part of the book, and with Wood leaving at the end of the year, it is the last time for this original team to show up. I guess it is the original team, isn't it? I do like this suspicion around the Firebolt as well. It's true. When it comes to the Quidditch matches, when it comes to Hollywood movies, guys, it'd be like having a pod racer in each of the Star Wars prequels, you know? To a Hollywood movie director, the Quidditch scene has already been done. And so, sure, we had the Hufflepuff scene, but that was very important to the storyline. And also Hufflepuff 1, so obviously you have to include it. So I guess that's their rationale for it. But movie Harry is not as passionate about Quidditch as Book Harry. Book Harry is blooming obsessed, like Wood, in fact. And yeah, the Firebolt suspicion was excellent. It was completely unexpected. I didn't expect nothing like that. Great comment. Let's talk about Hagrid. Hagrid is so broken when he gets the letter about Buckbeak's trial that it leads me to think that he might have lost a similar trial in the past. You don't know them gargoyles at the committee. My goodness, that's a good point. Sounds like Hagrid actually does know them, and not for anything good. That is a fantastic point. Maybe he does. Maybe he has. I mean, the shoe fits, doesn't it? Or it would have been in a lesson. My goodness, great point. On the other hand, there might be other reasons for his misery. As he mentions, he walked by the Dementors on his way to Hogsmeade, but his hut is also much closer to the fence of the castle. He might be feeling extra gloomy simply by being so close to them. I'm loving that. That is so true. Also, a nice red herring about this sneakoscope dropping out of the socks and going off while Crookshanks is in the room. Scabbers too, obviously. Fantastic, Lizette. Fantastic comment. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, about the Dementors being around Hagrid's hut. I mean, that could affect a lot of people, couldn't it? Probably not Hermione. Man, I love these discussions, guys. They are so fun. Slim. Ron and Hermione are good friends to Harry, but I always disliked the way they try to manage him. Oh, wow. Interesting to hear about Hagrid's time in Azkaban, because that was completely glossed over in the film. Very true. Now, okay, well, let's go through this one by one. Managing Harry, that's very interesting way of putting it, Slim. Now, I presume that you're mentioning, you know, when Harry comes down and they're like, yeah, hey, Harry, don't do anything about Sirius Black, and then Harry instantly knows that they've had this conversation set out already, you know? And also the fact that they're always kind of tugging him in different directions, like saying, oh, of course he's not going to do anything, or maybe we should do this, or maybe we shouldn't do that, you know? It's very true. They're doing it out of caring for him, though. Definitely, right? Yeah, I think so. Very interesting about Hagrid's time of Azkaban. I know. Now, it is glossed over in the films, but that scene at the end of Chamber of Secrets, I feel like, does enough to, one, put over how terrifying Azkaban is, and also how much it hurt Hagrid in particular. Because coming out of Chamber of Secrets, guys, and you go, oh, that was excellent, I wonder what the next movie is going to be called. Prisoner of Azkaban! But I just saw Hagrid being really upset. See, that bit is not in the book. So I do feel like that end of Chamber of Secrets was actually really good. I do agree it was a little bit long, though, which some people do say. They're like that for that long. It's amazing. McGonagall's having a pretty rough time of it, don't you think? She's being short-tempered with almost everyone. Definitely with Trelawney. And rightly so with Wood, right? I think we can agree with that. Maybe it's the Dementors affecting her. Maybe it's affecting everyone, guys. Wow. I'm going to have to keep an eye out for that going forward. Very interesting, Lupin says, yes, I knew him, or rather, I thought I did. A lot of character building in these chapters. Neville being forgetful and getting a lot of his unjust shtick, as you'll find out later. Hermione overworking. Oliver Wood being unreasonably obsessed with Quidditch. Fantastic. You know what? Yeah, the characters that we know and love are acting very differently in this one, aren't they? I got to say, Hermione being very obstinate with the whole Crookshanks situation. It's attacked Scabbers on multiple occasions. I don't blame Harry for thinking that Scabbers probably did get eaten. I know it's Hermione is exhausted at this point, though. What was the biggest surprise to these chapters for you? Oh my goodness, Slim. I'll write you a list. It's a lot of big surprises. I just feel like Hermione is being like Hagrid is to all his creatures. And just always just seeing the best in them, you know? And being willing to fight their corner. God bless her, guys. As an animal lover, it stresses me out. Whenever we get to a scene where Scabbers is in danger, it freaks me out, guys. Despite the fact that I know that he's not a rat. I'll say this, guys. The Hermione stuff in these chapters has made for fantastic discussions here. Yeah. Awesome. Slim. Great comment. Greatly appreciated. Biggest surprise? I mean, the chapter was called Firebolt. So I guess the biggest surprise was probably going to be Blum Cho-Chan showing up. I mean, there was a lot of surprises here. The second Sirius Black invasion. Oh, these have been great chapters. Thank you so much, Slim. Q. Oliver Wood in these chapters is an absolute gem. I completely agree. Seemed to think I cared more about winning the cup than I do about you staying safe. Just because I told her I don't care if you get thrown off as long as you catch the snitch first. Gotta agree with McGonagall. As priorities, his priorities are pretty skewed. But at least he's consistent. That's true. You'd think I'd said something terrible. I know, that's a great line. And I love that Harry doesn't even contradict him and just keeps bothering McGonagall about it. Well, that's the thing. Wood is making Harry feel terrible. Not knowingly, but Harry is feeling blooming responsible for the loss, which he wasn't. It was because Hufflepuff were better. We've established that already. Hufflepuff were going to win the game regardless. As someone who recently started working at middle school, fantastic, approximately ages 11 to 14, which ever the UK equivalent is, kids really are like that, especially about sports. I really feel McGonagall here. It's true. I wasn't really into sport then, guys. I was thinking about this recently, where when I was around that age, everyone was like saying, I should really get into football, you should really get into football. And I thought, okay, I'll get into football. And they say, okay, so you need to choose a team. And then as soon as I chose a team, everyone was going, oh, that team. And I thought, I don't need this. I really don't need criticism for just plucking a team out of nowhere just to feel like I be a part of the team more, you know. And so I never really got into football. I watched the World Cups and everything. I actually didn't watch the latest World Cup. But yeah. Now I like NFL. LA Rams won Super Bowl last year. I like professional wrestling. WWE at the moment is actually excellent, incredibly. It really is. I'm going to see him. I saw him in Cardiff last year, which was amazing. Roman Reigns' entrance literally was possibly the highlight of my year last year. So good, so good. I watch that every now and then, just like make me happy. Roman Reigns is the main bad guy at the moment, I should say, guys, and he's amazing. He's come such a long way in his career. I've been a supporter of his for quite some time, but his entrance at Clash at the Castle was fun, and I was the only guy in my section cheering for him as well. And I'm going to see them in London in a couple of months as well. I don't think Roman Reigns will be there, but we shall see. Anyway, enough talking about wrestling. We need to get through this. It's so much nicer doing this relaxed, guys. I feel like last time I was doing the book club, I was trying to get through it, you know? Whereas this time I've just accepted it's going to take a while. This is probably going to be the longest book club yet. Doesn't matter. Just get through it and enjoy it. That's what I was failing to do last time. Anyway. I relate to Hermione in these chapters as well. As much as I can see her being wrong here, what cat owner doesn't overly defend their cat? There we go. I'll complain about my cat's bad behaviour when warranted, but if someone else says a word against Nutmeg, right name, I'll throw hands. That's normal, right? Or is that just me and Hermione? No, it's not. It's I mean, no one criticises Woozle because she becomes very timid when she's scared. But if anyone criticised Woozle, I would go ballistic, quite frankly, because she's my special little thing. So yeah, it's certainly not just you and Hermione Q. It's so heartbreaking to read Harry's inner turmoil after finding out the truth about Black. Harry has endured so much, and even slightly considered revenge murder is a pretty dark turn for the series. Absolutely. Last note, I love Remus Lupin so much. He's a flawed character, of course, and we learn more about that later on. I'm looking forward to it. But he is really great at balancing his love and grief for James and his love and care for Harry as an individual and his student. As always, great job, Veggie. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Q. That is a very well put bit about Lupin. Because in the book, he genuinely... In the movie, you get a little bit that he's thinking, oh, should we really be doing this? But no, in the book, he's I feel like he's about to pull the cord, in fact. Is that the right term? Basically, he's shut down the lessons to say, okay, forget it. It was a mistake. We'll try something else, you know? It feels like he was just on the edge of doing that. Early on in the lessons. Miss CJ. It's funny because when I was younger, reading that Hermione had told Professor McGonagall about the Firebolt never sat well with me. I was annoyed, just like Harry, thinking she was disregarding people's feelings. But nowadays, reading these books as an adult, I keep thinking she was right to be looking out for Harry. Miss CJ, that is a cracking point. I'm reading these as an adult, guys, and that is my first reaction is let's keep these guys safe, you know? Man, I reckon you're onto it, CJ. The fact Ron and Harry always dismiss potential danger, go against the rules, or are always angry with Hermione for caring annoys me a bit at times. They give her a hard time for thinking about her best friend's safety. It's true, CJ. I mean, look at who their fathers were. James and Arthur. An apple does not fall far from the tree with these two, does it? And that's what I love about Hermione. I really love the fact that she cares so much about them. And as Helen, wasn't it, said earlier on, she cares more about Harry's safety than their friendship. I need that printed on a t-shirt. That was such a great way of putting it. CJ, brilliant comments. The fact that as a child you were against what Hermione did, and now you're for it. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you so much. Dara! Me trying to get some things in again. Hey, in the Firebolt chapter, I always have a smile when Dumbledore practically forces Snape to do the large silver cracker, and then swaps his hat with the witch's hat. Swaps his head with the witch's head, with the stuffed oh yes, absolutely, it would stuff Vulcan on top of it, which makes Harry remember the Boggart from Lupin's lesson. Was that Dumbledore playing a trick on Snape? I reckon it was, Dara. I reckon it was. B. I really love that Hermione really got the right idea out of Snape's defense against the dark arts lesson. For me, reading that book as an older person, it was also pretty obvious. Okay. Me watching the movie, I had no blooming clue. I can still laugh about her comments in the Patronus chapter. Harry and Ron, obviously, as ever, clever Hermione is not. Yes, absolutely. The fact that Hermione's already worked out, and there's no threat. She knows what werewolves are, and so there is no immediate threat to warn other people. And also, she probably really likes Lupin. We haven't really had much Lupin and Hermione, have we? Discussion, like, you know, scenes or anything, and so she probably really likes Lupin as a teacher and doesn't want people to look at him in a derogatory way, which a lot of people would. Great. See, and on the Quidditch chapter, first time we really meet Cho, and she is doing such a great job at distracting Harry with her flying and such. I think it's funny and hilarious the way McGonagall is yelling at Lee. Wish we could have had that in the movie. I know. It's yeah. And even in the Philosopher's Stone, his commentary is not biased, is it? Now I think about it, it's not like it was in the movie. In the book, he's outrageously biased. Man, that's only just dawned on me. So excited. Thank you for doing this. I know it can be hard. Thank you, Dara. No, I really do appreciate it. And I really, really enjoy doing this. I'm really enjoying the book. They just take a lot of time, you know? And so I do feel bad when I'm not able to get these out that regularly. Although, quite frankly, I put out a post on the Patreon a couple of weeks ago saying I'm sorry about the delay for the previous one. And I got several comments telling me, Veggie, you need to stop apologising. And so I will try. But I am aware... yeah. Let's leave it at that. Thank you so much, Dara. That's a lovely comment. John. I never commented before. Oh, welcome to the discussion, John. But I try to pay access to these videos on Patreon when I can afford it. Greatly appreciate it. Never feel like you need to. They will be coming to YouTube for free eventually. I'm enjoying these videos, but try not to let your Hufflepuff pride affect your judgment on the Quidditch chapters. Oh, John, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was a disgrace earlier on in this video. I'm rooting for Gryffindor, but I wasn't upset when they lost to Hufflepuff in the Grim defeat chapter. I know, John. I'll say this. Part of it is me having, being silly with it. But also, it makes me... I hope that I'm not... That's what I'm worried, guys, that I come off as being a bit rude in the Quidditch chapters. Yeah. Sorry about that, John. I hope it's... I will try and tone it down, because I do feel like I am unfairly biased in those chapters. Great, thank you so much for your first comment. Tammy. So much in these chapters was left out in the movies. What I found the most interesting was Hagrid's insight of Azkaban and how he felt there. Not to forget, we get to know what the Dementor's kiss is, which is a blooming physical thing. I'm not sure anyone, but I think this was covered in the movies. I'm not sure anyone, but I think it wasn't covered in the movies. Dementor's kiss. Just horrible. And I feel like it's mentioned at some point, isn't it? Maybe it isn't. Wow. Just horrible. And so sad that Hagrid still kind of wants to have encounters with them because it's the only time he ever heard his parents. Yeah, it's so true. That is beautiful. That is a heart-wrenching aspect to these chapters. That would have been important to be in the movies. I would say that you need to make time for that. On a happier note, I really like how the trio puts their differences and problems aside to help Hagrid with the defense of Buckbeak's case. Yes, now this is something which has happened a lot where, like, say maybe Ron and Hermione are at each other's throats, but then they realise that they need to help Harry and are just, like, completely back in zone again. Although, quite frankly, things are getting bad between them now, though. Also, I just live for the Quidditch scenes. It's so much fun. Lee Jordan advertising for Firebolt during the match cracks me up every time. And we already got introduced to Cho Chan. Finally, a Ravenclaw character. Absolutely. She like goes, oh, like that or something like that, doesn't she? She doesn't actually say anything yet. Although I don't particularly like her after reading all the books, I do like her how she is introduced to her. Yes, I have heard that her path is definitely different in the books, so we shall see when we get there. Katic, on the note of Hermione's possible schedule and exhaustion at this stage, we all know what's going on, and also why this is obviously such an important point for the plot, or otherwise the last part of the story could not happen. But for the practical running of the school, it doesn't make sense at all. I mean, Hermione might be the only one taking all the subjects in her year, but surely other students must have different combinations of the same subjects she's taking. That's a very good point. She can't be the only one who's taking, for example, Muggle studies and divination and charms and Arimancy. That's a very good point, Katic, because the classes are at the same time. So when in the previous book they were deciding which classes they were going to, there was no one saying, hey, by the way, this clashes, so if you take this, you literally cannot take that. Great point, Katic. That did not dawn on me at all. So what do other students do about conflicting classes? Surely when it comes to the schedules, they have to be designed in a way that whichever combination of subject students choose, they have to be able to attend all classes. She is also not the first student to take all the subjects. At least we hear both Percy and Bill achieve 12 hours, which means all the subjects. Oh, I did not know that. I doubt the same accommodation were made for them and other students like them. So apart from a forced plot device explanation, what else could be going on? I think that it could have been Percy and Bill. I feel like Percy and Bill could have been given it. The old time jumper. But the classes clashing with each other, that does feel like a plot hole. Because it would mean large amounts of classes would just literally be, if you choose one, that's it. You cannot do the others. And we certainly did not hear about that going in. Great point, Katik. Very good point. Thank you so much for your comment. Jenny, these chapters show us that Hermione is definitely not the perfect goddess like she is in the movies. Well, it looks like her cat ate her best friend's pet and she doesn't even say sorry. She can be pretty insensitive towards other people's feelings, always trying to find logical explanations for everything. That's very true. It's what happened with Binky. She might be right that there's no proof that Crookshanks hurt Scabbers, but she could have shown more sympathy for Ron. That I agree. Or at least helped try to find Crookshanks, you know? Scabbers. Every single time I say the wrong name. He's had Scabbers for most of his life, and of course he would be upset about it. It's sad that particularly nothing from these chapters made it into the movies. Even though I'm a big fan, not a big fan of Quidditch, I would love to see Lee Jordan's commentary and Veggie yelling at him. Oh my goodness. You double act. They are hilarious double act. Janny, great comment. I agree with you absolutely about the Jordan and McGonagall thing. And yeah, Hermione is a complex character, guys. And that's a good thing. It's only a good thing. Anne Marie. I know everyone is already focused on the Christmas banquet table, but I absolutely love that the scenes of the boys playing in the snow and just having a normal teen relationship to a daily break. Absolutely. And the banquet was awesome. You know what, Anne-Marie? I was so sure that there was a Christmas scene in Prison of Azkaban, but there isn't, is there? There's snowy scenes when they go to Hogsmeade, but it's not Christmas Day, though, is it? I thought Christmas Day was in all of them. But when I went back today to check the scenes, I'm pretty sure that it's not. Oh, you see, this is going to be one of these things where I'm forgetting something really obvious. But yeah, they are brilliant chapters, these ones, though. Thank you so much for your comment, Anne-Marie. Stephen, hello, first time being able to comment on the book club and keep up the good work with the videos, Veggie. Thank you so much, Stephen. That's greatly appreciated. Let's get into your comments. Chapter 11. Firebolt has got to be one of my favourite chapters in all the books, and it annoys me that it was almost an afterthought in the movie. It really was. Although I can understand why they did it that way. I appreciate that you can appreciate it, but it must be frustrating, especially as it's one of your favourite chapters. It is a great chapter. The amount of emotions that Harry goes through during this chapter is just builds so much character. He goes from being giddy with excitement when he receives it to feeling like he never going to see it again, like a 13-year-old would in that situation. Exactly. That these chapters, I feel like we come today, really show how teenage kids act. I feel like I was really unfair in the Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw chapter, guys. I hope that you take it in good spirits. Digo, Ha, Veggie. I just wanted to use this opportunity to tell you how much I appreciate that you seem to be able, based off the last few episodes, to be mature and nuanced view on Snape. Oh, Diego, it's been an absolute key to these. It really has. The discussion of Snape. To many people nowadays just fall either into the camp of Snape is an a-hole, and his sacrifice at the end doesn't change that a bit. I have heard that, actually. And Snape is just so misunderstood, and we can't fault him for how he behaves towards those children. Snape isn't doing anything wrong in the first place. Diego, you have reminded me of something that happened in another series that I have on YouTube, guys. Recently. I think that if you sit in either side of that argument, where you think that everything that he does is wrong, and the end doesn't pay it back, or what Snape does aren't really that bad anyway, I think you're basically in the same camp, guys. I think that there is a spectrum of discussion to be had around Snape's character, and I think that's what makes him so fascinating. And so I go into each Snape situation with fresh pair of eyes, thinking, okay, what's this situation, and what's my opinion on it? And then I love reading your comments on it as well. So there is a series called Arcane, guys, which I've done reaction series to on YouTube and on Patreon, in fact. So you can watch my full-length reactions to that if you so wish. I think it's fantastic. I really do. I became obsessed. I'm still kind of obsessed with it now. The characters in Arcane are fantastically well written, in my opinion. It also goes into mental illness quite a lot, particularly with my favourite character called Powder. She's by far... I love all the characters in Arcane, but Powder is my favourite character by far, which apparently is quite different, because I watched a lot of other people react to Arcane, and some people can't stand Powder from episode 1. Whereas I went through the entire show thinking that I really love the character. That might be the mental health aspect of it, but I think that she's just a very relatable character as well. But there is a character in Arcane called Silco. And from a traditional TV watching standpoint, you could describe him as the villain. But as Arcane goes on, and it's only 9 episodes, it's only the first series that's come out, and it's 9 episodes long, I highly recommend it. I really do. As the series goes on, we start to learn, because we think that he's the bad guy pretty early on. And he's doing bad things. But as the series goes on, we start to realise that there's absolutely another side to him. I don't want to spoil anything, guys, but he is a brilliantly written character. Not as good as Snape. Snape is fantastic. But Silco, the reason why I bring Silco up is that a few days ago, I got a few comments on my reactions to Arcane. And they were great comments, very well written, very well thought out comments. But they were of the standpoint that Silco never did anything wrong. And so I brought up a couple of moments where I say, it's very interesting to hear your thoughts on this. Could you let me know your thoughts on these specifics where, at least in my head, I do feel, personally, I feel like Silco was in the wrong. And they're bad things, guys. They're not little things. And the person got back to me with a very well written reply, but every single one of them was saying that Silco was in the right and never did anything wrong, and that everyone else was to blame for situations. Now, I think that is a perfectly fine standpoint, and I think that if you think that Snape never does wrong in the books, that's a perfectly fine standpoint as well. And if you think that he's always wrong and it doesn't redeem him at the end, then that's a perfectly fine standpoint. The fact is, we all have differing opinions, and that's why these characters are brilliant. And to say that anyone is wrong or right for having those opinions is taking away what makes the character so special. So I would recommend Arcane. I think it's fantastic, guys. It's 9 episodes. It's on Netflix. If you watch my reactions on the Patreon, you'll need your own copy of the show to sync up to, but it's very easy. But the characters that are in it, I think all the characters in it are fascinating, and there is no good guy and bad guy. Everyone is a shade of grey. not for the least Powder, who was my favourite character by a bloomin' mile. I thought I'd mention that because that it was very interesting to see that person's reply, where they justified everything that Silco was doing to say that it wasn't his fault, or downplaying things. You know, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Anyway, Digo, I've left this reply way too long, so thank you so much. I'm waffling on about a different show now, but you did remind me of that though, so thank you so much for your excellent comment. Janakin. It sometimes feels like Hermione is looking for beef. Or very vegan. She herself says that it is in a cat's nature to go after rats, but still brings her cat to the boys' dorm. Totally not giving an S about Ron's concerns. It's true. Janaka, it's absolutely true. It's like saying, you know, setting a lion off in like a shopping centre and saying, well, it's just doing what it does naturally. You're still selling off in the shopping centre, is what I'm saying. So yeah, it's true, Janaka. It's just a bigger cat at the end of the day, isn't it? It's true. I don't think she's looking for beef. Oh, no. I don't... It's my opinion that she isn't looking for beef. I feel like she believes that Crookshanks isn't going to do anything wrong, and when Crookshanks does something wrong, she has to justify it to herself. But I can see what you mean, that it could come across as her actually being antagonistic. Great comment. Greatly appreciated. Ah, John! Is this the same John as before? I will read it because yeah, it's fine. Generally, we like to have the comments in one go, but that's absolutely fine because both of your comments are so short. So I know you mentioned how Hagrid's line at the end of the second movie, I'd still be, you know where, referring to his time in Azkaban during, doesn't appear in the second book. In chapter 11 of this book, Prisoner of Azkaban, however, Hagrid gives a little insight gives a little insight on what Azkaban was like, absolutely, John, and it was done brilliantly. And that's why I really like that scene at the end of Chamber. The movie, I'm sorry. Because it does kind of do what this chapter does in the book, but the chapter obviously does it so much better. So we're just seeing Hagrid at his absolute lowest, guys. Poor guy. Thank you so much, John. Catty! Thus begins Hermione's downward spiral. I'm still not sure if it's because of the stress of so many classes or from her strange relationships with her friends. It's probably both, since it started showing after Scabbers' disappearance. Also, we got a hint of Hermione's knowing about Lupin's secrets, and she didn't tell Harry and Ron. Yeah, I'm thinking with Harry and Ron's situation is that there's nothing to gain from telling them. Because from Hermione's standpoint, she doesn't want to hurt Lupin's reputation. It is quite odd that she wouldn't tell Harry and Ron. It's very interesting to say this begins the downward spiral. It'd be interesting to see how far this spiral goes. I guess we'll find out in the future, but I think it's definitely both the classes and the strained relations. I feel terrible for Hermione in these chapters, guys. I do. I know, and she's making stupid decisions as well, but I do feel bad for her. Thank you so much for your comment, Catty. Amateur. Something that we always very powerful was always very powerful to me, where was the exchange between the trio. Harry, you heard what Fudge said. Black isn't affected by Azkaban like normal people are. It's not a punishment for him like it is for others. Ron, so what are you saying? You want to kill Black or something? Hermione, don't be silly. Harry doesn't want to kill anyone, do you, Harry? Harry doesn't answer. That whole scene was great. That whole scene was brilliant, guys. And then he brings up about the fact that he doesn't know what his parents would say because he's never talked to them. Oh, man. And then that plays into the Patronus lesson, doesn't it? is the same sweet, innocent little boy who bought a whole trolley candy to share with his new friend for out of the kindness of his heart. The same boy that wanted to stop Voldy from getting the stone purely to save the Wizarding World, and with no selfish intentions. And now he is seriously contemplating murdering someone solely out of revenge. Great point. I love this book club, guys. This is brilliant. It's brilliant. That's so well put. Hard to imagine Stone Harry ever considering murder. And that was only a couple of years ago. Gotta love character development. Amateur. Well put. Very well put. As a side note, I made a dark Hufflepuff playthrough of Legacy since... Oh my goodness, you didn't. You made a playthrough of Legacy since there's so few Hufflepuff Dark Wizards. I guess there wouldn't be. He has a soft spot for beasts, and I still displays his Hufflepuff pride everywhere possible. Aside from his dark arts appeal. Well, quite. You got to dress the part, don't you? Can't take the loyalty out of a puff, no matter how bad that they become. Probably should have been placed in Slytherin, but Slytherin, based on the dialogue choices he chooses, but he loves his love of beasts overpowers all of his other traits, and Hat's choice for Hufflepuff, of course. He hates Gryffindor. Fantastic, amateur. Fantastic. That sounds like a fun playthrough. You know what would be cool? And this might be the case. I have no idea. Once you complete Hogwarts Legacy, you could then see what house the decisions that you made and dialogue choices you made suggest. So it's to see if it actually lines up with the house that you were actually put into. Or the alternative could be that when you choose your house, or when your house is chosen for you, your powers and your abilities are limited to how loyal you are to your house. So, like, say, cure potions are more potent if you follow the Hufflepuff way and stick to your guns with it. That'd be cool. Maybe they can mod that. Fantastic comment. That sounds like a fun playthrough. Thank you so much, amateur. That was excellent. It's a dance thing. A few things stuck out the most to me in these chapters, which were excellent in my opinion. I completely agree. First is Harry finding that Sirius was in the wedding photo he had of his parents. I didn't remember that little detail until rereading the book. The fact that his time in Azkaban drastically changed his appearance. Absolutely. I wish at some point we could have a Marauders era book or TV show or movie or something. I was thinking a TV show would be cracking, wouldn't it? I can just picture a young Sirius Black in a leather jacket with his motorcycle, like a young James Dean. Oh my goodness, that would be amazing. Who would be the main focus of the... It would have to be... I don't know yet, but I think it would have to be Snape. Could you really have it being James as being the main protagonist? I don't know. We shall see, guys. We need to get through these books. For me to be able to call that. Poor Hagrid. Does he have any friends aside from the trio? My heart just goes out to him. Pardon me. I do love his new class, though, with the Salamanders and the fire. It does sound amazing. That sounds wonderful and appropriate. It does sound very, very cool. The thing is, he wasn't the free broomsticks with a bunch of the teachers. So I know that doesn't make you friends, but he does have friend networks at least. I'm sure he's got friends. I'm sure he does. He probably spends all his time at Hogwarts as well, doesn't he? You can't imagine he goes on holiday anywhere. I don't know. I know everyone is talking a lot about the Christmas meal. Here's my favourite bits. Filch dressed up. I agree. McGonagall is super sassy and I love it. Dumbledore, he is not teaching classes, but he seems to make it a point to know every student by name and to make everyone present feel included. I completely agree. That is so important, especially with the 2 nervous first years. Finally, I want to talk a bit about the Patronus. I love that we get more detail about what it is and how it works. I also love that Harry can't do it in 3 tries like he could in the movie. Well, quite exactly. It's the difference between a movie and a book. You have to have these big moments in the movie, don't you? Well, I love the movie scene, I must admit. My biggest question here, though, how can a Boggart affect him in the same way an actual dementor can? I mean, lights going out, the room getting cold, Harry faints and hears his parents scream. I've got an answer for that. Let's finish your comment first. A Boggart shouldn't be able to do that unless Boggarts are somehow able to take the properties of whatever they turn into to try and scare people. What do you think, Veggie? Okay, I've got an answer for that. I think I've actually got an answer for you. It's a done thing. I'm just trying to word it in the best way I can. So when the Boggart turns into Snape, it is taking a part of Neville's psyche and is able to make it present. When it does what it does to Harry, Harry knows what it's like. Okay, here's another way of putting it. If Harry had never been attacked by a dementor, the Boggart wouldn't have been able to do what it did. You see what I mean? So if Harry, like on the train, wasn't actually knocked out by the dementor and didn't hear the screams and didn't have the blackout and didn't get all cold and everything, if that hadn't happened, but Harry was still terrified of them, it's important, and so the Boggart is still a dementor, it would have come out and possibly done either nothing or done what Harry assumes a dementor can do. And so it's when Harry is blacking out and hearing the screaming, that is happening because Harry knows that's what dementors make you feel. And so it's Harry's memory. Harry is making that happen. Harry's brain is making that happen. And because Harry's been through it before, his brain knows exactly what it is like to be attacked by a dementor, and so is making that happen around him. Did that make any sense? Like I say, if Harry had never been affected by a dementor, the dementor probably would have done something completely different, because it would have been what Harry assumes a dementor does. You see what I mean? So because Harry had actually experienced it, the Boggart was able to... No, not able, sorry. The Boggart did what it did because Harry knew what it was like to be affected by dementor. If Harry didn't, it would have done something different. I hope that makes sense. Sorry this got so long. So many interesting things happen in these chapters. Oh, it's fine. It's another thing. Absolutely. These chapters absolutely warrant it, so don't worry. Thank you so much for brilliant comments. Rachel. It's interesting that the Firebolt has a registration number on it. I haven't noticed that before. How do you feel about Cho being older than Harry? For some reason, I assumed she was in Ginny's year. Okay, I assumed that she was in Harry's year. Yeah, Cedric is 2 years older than Harry, right? I think. Yeah, I didn't expect Cho to be older than Harry. I actually didn't, albeit just a year. Sorry guys, I've kind of, my brain's gone blank. Registration number. I would imagine that is because of the value, the fact that it's so expensive, you know. just so I believe that some pens, like very expensive pens, have registration numbers, and so if it's ever stolen, they can get it back to who originally bought it. You know, I'd imagine it's the value of the broomstick that requires the registration. For some reason, I always assumed that she was the same year as Ginny. Well, that's very interesting. Well, actually, I was going to say, because she's meant to be a head shorter than Harry. That's the way it words it. Whereas in the movie, she's the same height as Harry, right? I'm pretty sure she is. It's nice that Cedric congratulates Harry on his broom. I wouldn't have done it. That's Hufflepuff for you. I bought Neville. He just wanted to remember the passwords. I agree, Rachel. I think it was a bad system. I don't think Neville's to blame. I really don't. And I'm surprised that we haven't covered that in the comments yet. But we shall see if it happens. Richard, these chapters are fantastic. Fantastic beasts. From a moviegoer's perspective, I'm excited to see how you react to the Firebolt coming into play this early. It's bizarre, isn't it? I'm also excited to see your reaction to Cho being introduced as a Seeker and the Ravenclaw team. I know, that I did not see coming. It makes her way more interesting than she is in the movies. It's true, it gives her a character, it gives her a purpose, you know? In Goblet, she is the girl that Harry fancies. That's her character. Yeah. Describe Cho-chan's storyline in Goblet of Fire, the movie. She is the girl that Harry fancies. Always good to have in-depth female characters and things, isn't it, guys? No, I thought Cho was great in the movies, but yes. As I just thought of it, that is her purpose, to be the what's the term? The apple of Harry's eye? That's not right. Anyway, enough. I agree. It definitely gives her a really cool edge, Richard. Thank you so much for your comment, especially as she's a Seeker as well. Gary, Pumpkin Pasty is Ravenclaw's Seeker. What was your reaction when she showed up? I was like, because it was like the way that it first said Cho-chan, it was so out of nowhere. It's like, hang on, wait, what just happened? I probably had to spin it back just to listen to it again. Yeah. I certainly did not see it coming. Pity you can't attach an extra arm to yours, Malfoy. Then you could catch the snitch. Then it could catch the snitch for you. That's true. That's what Harry says back to the parachute remark that Draco makes. That's a good point. I should have mentioned that. It is savage. 3. I never noticed the dream Harry has right before Ron screams when Sirius is in the room. It's so short, isn't it? He is chasing a stag, but he can't catch up to it. As he runs faster, the stag runs faster too. What a fantastic imagery and foreshadowing. Very true, Gary. And you know what? It's a bit of a recurring dream. When I was a child, I used to have that sort of dreams about catching up to my family. But it's so throwaway, isn't it? Because when we got to that part, I was thinking, okay, this is going to be the rest of the chapter now. But no, you just like, nope, Sirius Black's in the common room. Awesome. Great comment, Gary. Greatly appreciated. Hawa, again, thank you very much for saying about the thing which I should not be seeing in the Cadogan scene. Deleted scene. I'm very curious to hear your opinion on the Firebolt drama. Did Hermione do the right thing when she went to McGonagall or not? I personally think that Hermione was 100% justified. I'd even go as far as to say that she would have been wrong if she hadn't told anyone. Yeah, going on the comments that we've gone through so far, it seems to be a lot of people are saying Hermione should have at least given Harry the chance to do the right thing and to let the professors know. I just don't think that would have... I think that Hermione knows at this point that simply wouldn't have worked. But then again, she gave him the benefit of the doubt about killing Sirius Black. She said, don't be silly, Harry wouldn't do something like that. I think it was actually very brave of her. I honestly do, guys. Maybe that's me giving her too much credit. I don't know. Hermione knows there's a possibility of the broom being cursed. She has two options. Not to tell anyone. Harry will be happy, blissfully unaware of the danger he's in, but it might cost him his life. 2, tell a teacher. Harry will be mad at her, but he will be safe. Yeah. I mean, number 2 there does have branches of different ways of doing it. I'm not completely mad in the way that she did do it. And I wonder if her tiredness is coming into it at this point as well. Very possibly, very possibly. God bless her, guys! Hermione's having a rough one here. As is Ron, as is Harry. Everyone's having a rough time. It's a blooming story, isn't it? Everyone's having a rough time. Hermione came... hang on. Yes, Hermione came to the conclusion that Harry's safety was more important than whether he or not he was angry with her. Very well put. The only correct conclusion, in my opinion. Regarding the Quidditch match, I'm not mad that my house lost. Ravenclaws are good eggs, guys. Ravenclaws are good eggs. Not very vegan. I should say, to call someone a good egg in the UK means that you're a good person. I should explain that. Because I was furious. I think I made that quite clear. But I find it unfair that Harry has a so much better broom than everyone else. Shouldn't there have been standardized equipment? Well, if you're going on skill, absolutely. And if you want to reward skill and hard work, absolutely. That doesn't seem to be what they're trying to... That doesn't seem to be the purpose of Quidditch at Hogwarts. It seems to be actively rewarding rich people. Hence why we're all meant to think it's a disgrace that Slytherin all got Nimbus 2001s. Why? Harry has just had 2 brooms just given to him. I'm not going to get into another rant. And since we ended with a cliffhanger, do you have any prediction of how Professor McGonagall punishes Neville? Not really. I'd even say that if McGonagall punishes Neville, that's completely ignoring the fact that the password system is broken. So I don't think Neville should be punished. He certainly didn't do anything malicious. It's not like Malfoy with the Dementor outfits. It certainly was not malicious. How bad Neville must feel for what he did. We shall see how. I will comment on it when I find out what, if anything, it is. But either way, thank you so much for your comment. Colin, I feel really bad for Hermione in these chapters. This is the main focus of these discussions, guys. It's great. Telling McGonagall was the right thing to do, and it really shows that she cares about Harry. Even after they got the broom back, they didn't say thank you for wanting me to stay alive, or something like that. True. Or Ron didn't really get the chance, because he then was given another reason to give Hermione a hard time. Harry absolutely could have said, I see what you're trying to do, but it's all good now. But then what happened with Scabbers happens, and when Harry says, look, the evidence doesn't look good towards Crookshanks, that's it. That's the end of Hermione and Harry as a friendship. God. I cannot wait to get to the chapters where they're friends again, guys. Seriously. It stresses me out. It upsets me. Something like that. Ron rubs it in saying, see Hermione, there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, that is such a Ron way of putting it. She is very tired and stressed out with her classes, and she has one to go because they are mad at her for doing the right thing. thanks for making these daily commutes a lot better. Keep up the great work, Colin. Thank you. That's a great. I appreciate that, Colin. I know what the commutes can be like. That's very nice. Thank you so much. That is greatly appreciated. Man, I feel like if what happened to Scabbers didn't happen instantly after them getting the broom back, it's such bad timing. I feel like they would have absolutely buried the hatchet, and they would have apologized, and Hermione would have apologized, which would have been important. If you're gonna have Ron and Harry saying thank you for looking out for me, Hermione's also, yeah. There was a lot that needed to be said after what happened, and there just was no time given because of what allegedly happened to Crookshanks. Thank you so much for your comment. Oh, it's happening, guys. This is the first book club to push 5 hours. I think it's the first one. It's definitely going to be over 5 hours this time. So thank you so much for putting up with it. Gothic. I've never really been interested in Quidditch, but I always love Lee's commentary. I completely agree with that. Hilarious, and prefer Professor McGonagall's reaction. Yeah, that's what makes it special. As I am reading the book for the 20th time, at least the 20th time, it's amazed me how much reread factor they have. I mean, every time you reread something, clicks in your mind, and you're like, oh, I get it, or you notice the foreshadowing. I need to remember that term. I always forget it. Also, I see what you did there, JKR, with the sneakoscope. Absolutely. Yeah, but I feel like particularly with Prisoner of Azkaban so far in these books, this is the one which really has the foreshadowing throughout. It's like so many different layers of it as well. Lastly, I really appreciate that in the books we see Harry having 4 weeks of Firebolt. Sorry, what kept on saying 4 weeks of anti-dementor training with Lupin, and read him notice improvements that prove to have worked as we see him cast the Patronus during the match. Absolutely. It would have been nice to have at least have some indication of Harry having more lessons, instead of suddenly casting fully measured Patronus when he saves himself and Sirius after like 4 tries at the end of the movie. You know what, Gothic? As a movie watcher, my logic behind that is that Harry had so much passion and emotion and drive in that moment that it made the Patronus form. Now looking at the book and how you're actually meant to bring the Patronus out, that drive should be irrelevant. But having watched the movie, that's what I assumed had actually happened. That's why Harry was able to do it. That being said, it's a movie cliche. If you're trying to learn something, you've got to only learn it when it's the most important. That's such a movie cliche. It really is. I'm trying to think of like a good example of that, where like someone's trying to do something throughout the movie and then they finally do it at the absolute most crucial point. It's a big movie trope. I mean, I know Harry is a powerful wizard, but come on, movie, he's not that overpowered. Anyways, greetings from opponent. Gothic, fantastic comment, greatly appreciated it. And you're right, that moment there, I'm fascinated to see what that moment is like at the end of the book, because it's going to be pretty different now, isn't it? Kristen, sorry. Hi Veggie, I really love your reviews no matter how long. Kristen, you're going to love this one. This one's going to be chunky. I love how Wood is unbothered when he hears about Sirius Black being after Harry, and the fact that the Firebolt might be cursed. I don't think he did hear it. I feel like he didn't even hear the Sirius Black thing. I really wish the movies included how Ron and Hermione fight they literally stop speaking when Crookshanks ate Scabbers. I know that watching the scenes back today, that scene where it's them leaving the castle And Hermione just... She's not even looking at Ron as they're discussing it. I don't know. And also, Ron doesn't seem that upset about it. I can't just say it's Hermione, guys. It's not just Hermione. Also, Hermione could have told Harry and Ron about the Time Turner. I know she wasn't supposed to say anything, but they would not have told anyone, and they kept something from her. She pesters them to tell her. That's true. At the same time, we're talking about Hermione, and Hermione would have been asked by McGonagall to definitely not tell anyone, and probably said, if you do, this is McGonagall, this is book McGonagall we're talking about, probably said, if you do, you're going to be losing points for your houses, and probably getting detention. Which is like the end of the world to Hermione. So that is probably why. I'm hoping that is covered in the books, her reasoning for keeping it all a big secret. I mean, she has to keep it secret from some students because, you know, other students are going to want to use it. Also, they're going to use it for non-school reasons as well, which obviously they end up doing, don't they? Yeah. I'll be interested to see how that explanation is done. Thank you so much for your help. Jonas, thank you so much for these side panels. They are wonderful. The scene with Harry and Ron having dinner with the teachers and Filch is one of my favourites. The one thing I like is how Dumbledore asks if one of the first years wants some sausage. In my German version, it's sausage. Bratwurst is to be exact. Bratwurst are lovely. Not that I can have them anymore, but they were lovely. I can't remember what he offers somebody Sprouts, but I don't think it's Sprouts that he offers the first year. What's the first year's name? I can't remember. He's got a name which someone else on Harry Potter has. It's obviously incidental, but it's not Colin. He says the name of one of the first year students who's like, you know, all surprised and everything. And as I remember when I looked it up, there is another character who's named that, but it's yeah. I can't remember. It's probably Turkey. It's probably Turkey that he's offering him. Obviously, it depends region what he would be offering. He calls the first year Derek. Thank you. There we go, Jonas. Thank you so much, Derek. Which shows that Dumbledore interacts with other students besides Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Very true, because he knows Derek's name. I like that. Very true. That is a great point, Jonas. Especially first year as well. Yeah, there's another Derek, isn't there? Is it Derek Diggory? It's not. I'm sure there's another Derek. Derek's during the first year. Oh. I swear that when I looked up Derek, it showed another character. Or maybe it was an actor. Oh, maybe there is only one Derek. Okay, ignore me, guys. There's only one Derek. There's only one Derek. Sorry. I'm an idiot. Right. Great point about him interacting with other students. That is nice, because you know, we were talking about favoritism like 5 hours ago. I also enjoy this scene because, in my opinion, it's very funny. Dumbledore is simply enjoying himself, whilst Trelawney gets hysterical about the number of people. McGonagall tries to, but gets annoyed by her, and Snape doesn't really want to be there, as always. This makes the scene really funny, in my opinion. I could imagine that writing great humour in a way that it not trying too hard is really difficult. You know what? And it would have been amazing to see that in the movie, even without the Firebolt, because you know, obviously the Firebolt is like the key to that chapter. But that scene would have been nice. I'm amazed that no one else has brought it out. I do think that Dumbledore made that hat appear inside the cracker. Either way, if there were a sitcom where Dumbledore, Trelawney, Snape, and McGonagall, I would definitely watch. Oh my goodness, that would be amazing. You know what? Throw Slughorn in there. Oh, throw Lockhart in there. It'd just be him annoying everyone then, wouldn't it? and Sprout, and Flipwick, everyone. Hope you are doing good, Veggie. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. Thank you so much, Jonas. Greatly appreciate it. And again, thank you so much for your awesome side panels. Simon, salutations. Thought I'd leave my 2 Pennorth here. Now I've joined. Oh, thank you so much, Simon. Greatly appreciate it. Just spent last day and a half catching up, so now I'm up to speed. My goodness, thank you so much for that, Simon. I'm not sure JKR understands how steam trains work. Either that, or we have been denied an extremely entertaining scene of Hermione and the trolley lady clinging to the outside of the speeding train while making their way to the driver. Oh, I see. Hermione's morality compass is all over the place in these chapters. She's grasses about the Firebolt, but not the map. Does she know about the map? Did Harry tell Ron and her? No, she did. He did. He did, because Ron was like, "Hey, why didn't they pass it down to me?" Very good point, Simon. That is a great point about the map. I guess that the map was less likely to be jinxed. And so it's the immediate threat the Firebolt could have had, maybe. Have you found any of the meaningless changes between the book and the film as irritatingly irritating as me? Point in question, the person Hagrid brought Fluffy off was Greek, not Irish. The change makes no mythological sense. I had no idea they changed that. That's bizarre. I mean, the big ones for me right now, Simon, irritation-wise, is the portrayal of our main 3 characters. And I still love them. I still think they're brilliant in the movies. But I didn't realise they changed it to or from Greek to Irish. Yeah, that's a no one on me. That had gone completely over my head. Either way, Simon, great first comment. Greatly appreciated. I hope to see you next time. Oh, we're down to the last 2, guys. There's Buffy looking over the page. We are getting some good Buffy episodes at the moment, guys. My goodness, we are. So you can go and check that out on the Patreon if you're not a member. Yes, the Buffy stuff is great at the moment. And as we have it right now, you can watch the footage inside the video, and so you don't need to sync up, but in the future that might need to change. Rod. First time I've read this book was in Brazil, a Brazilian Portuguese translation. And while these translations are full of errors and weird choices, Prisoner has my favourite one. Oh my goodness. When Harry sees Cho in the field, he finds her extremely pretty and feels a slight jolt in the region of his stomach that he didn't think had anything to do with nerves. The translation chose to translate jolt in the region of his stomach as pulsation in his crotch. What age limit were these books in Brazil? To make things worse, her turn of choice, the turn of choice of crotch was Boxo Adventure. Sounds like a spell. A term that's not common in Portuguese. It's only ever used in cheap softcore erotic novels as enthusiasm for genital. I'm sorry, guys. Am I reading this right? Euphemism. There we go. Euphemism for genitals. So basically, the translator gave Harry an erection. I could not finish that sentence. Rod, that is amazing. We have had some fascinating translation differences in these guys, like exploding Snape and other ones. But my goodness, wasn't someone called Elvis as well? I can't remember. Either way, fantastic comment, Rod. And Bennett finishes off here today. Hi there, Veggie. Already, after reading these comments, I feel that I don't have to add anything really. I just wish for everyone who is going to hear this to have a great and comfy day. Bennett, that is lovely. Lots of love and greetings from Germany. Thank you so much, Bennett. That is great. That is a lovely way to wrap up what was a chunky book club and a chunky episode in total, guys. We are over 5 hours. Even after the editing. There won't be much editing, but 5 hours, my goodness. I love every single one of you guys. This is an absolute blooming joy to me. It really is. If in future you want me to drop down to 2 chapters, you know what? When people said about 2 chapters, I did see some people saying that would mean that the book club would be longer in a sense, so the videos would still be very long. That's fine, guys. The stuff that really takes it out of me is the note making and then the retelling and the going through the notes of the chapters. The book club is the bit where I can kind of put my feet up and relax, you know. Although last time I was trying to get through it too fast, you know. I just tired myself out. And so if we do drop down to 2, you will be getting more regular episodes and, in fact, more space to talk about things in the book club. So if that sounds like something that you would like for us to do in the future, let me know. If not, it's absolutely fine, guys. We'll carry on doing the 3-parters. Either way. And so don't worry about that. But if we do the 2-parters, they will be more regularly. But that being said, 3 seems like a good number. It's when they're like 40-minute long chapters, you know. I'm talking about the audiobook, of course. But, you know, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw was 26 minutes. And so it really is depending what chapters we're doing. So please let me know your thoughts in the comments, guys. I will greatly appreciate that about the number of chapters that we cover. And then maybe we might trial run a 2-parter maybe next time or maybe the time after that. But either way, I've kept it too long. Thank you so much for watching, guys. What a bumper episode. What great chapters to discuss. And we barely talked about Neville in the book club. I'm surprised, guys. Maybe that's because something's to come. Going on Howard's comments. And I'm amazed that no one else said about Dumbledore making that hat appear in the cracker. I'm sure that was him trolling Snape. Please subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm a Veggie Gamer. We should always do something where I get you to start a comment with something random. I like to do that mid-comment rather than mid-video rather than the end. But let's think of something. What was the thing that Rod said about? The thing is, if you say anything too wrong, it's gonna be odd to anyone who hasn't got that far. But also, it's probably gonna get flagged as well. You know what? We'll leave it until next time. You can't say pulsation in his crotch. We can't. No, I can't. Yeah. We'll do one for next time, guys. So, you know what? Start your comment with "Have a nice day," and then put your comments. So you have a nice day, guys. Please subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm a Veggie Gamer. Get ready to press stop, and I'll see you next time.